And you're all set.
Great, thank you, Vanessa. Hi, everybody. It is 6:30 on Tuesday, March 2nd, 2021, meeting of the Southborough Board of Selectmen, and all members of the board are in attendance, so I'll call the meeting to order. First order of business, or I guess the second order of business, is Governor Baker's prologue. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, General Law, Chapter 38, Section 18, and the Governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing strict limitation on the number of people that may gather in one place, this meeting of the Southborough Board of Selectmen will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Specific information and the general guidelines for remote participation by members of the public and/or parties with a right and/or requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the Town of Southborough's website at www.southboroughtown.com. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to watch or participate in the meeting may do so in the following manner by finding the meeting at www.southboroughtown.com/remote meetings. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technological means. In the event that we are unable to do so despite best efforts, we will post on Southborough's website an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. So again, hi, everybody. And we're going to jumble the agenda a little bit. And first we'll have public comment, but then we're going to, under consent agenda, we had listed appointments of Maureen Bensley, Kathleen Kuklewicz, and Emily Lowe, all of them to the Southborough Scholarship Committee. At least two, maybe all three of them are going to be in attendance. We're going to bring them over shortly for a quick chat. And I then think that we'll just deal with that, with those three consent agenda items as well, and then move on to our scheduled appointments. So with that, do we have any, I don't see any hands raised for public comment. Going once, twice, all right. And Vanessa, we have the three proposed appointees in our waiting room, I guess, right?
Oh, excuse me. I see just two right now, but I'll keep an eye out on the attendee list.
All right, the two are Ms. Bensley and Ms. Lowe. Ms. Bensley, did I say your name right?
Bensley, yes. I used to be a Smith. It was much easier.
I know. I was very thankful for Lowe. I knew I couldn't screw that one up.
You would be surprised.
Welcome. I hope you heard my little intro. And I'm assuming that maybe you became aware of the fact that in some respects, one generation of members of the Southborough Scholarship Committee who have done, yeoman's work for years, have, for perfectly understandable reasons, including longevity, decided to move on. And that committee was very much in need of some new members, and truly appreciate the fact that the two of you, as well as a third individual, put their names in. So because we want the committee to have an opportunity to meet as soon as possible, we put it on our consent agenda. But, and I'm going to go to Ms. Braccio first. Very much appreciate the fact that you could make it in on short notice for a quick conversation with us. And with that, I'll go to Ms. Braccio for an additional hello and for her apology, as she put it.
Yes, good evening, ladies. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for stepping forward. I know initially you were told you didn't have to come. And then I had asked Marty if we could bring you in. Typically what we do is when new members come onto a board or committee, we bring them in, we welcome you, we thank you for stepping forward and for your service. And also to let you know on your path, as you volunteer and serve with the town, that the Board of Selectmen is here for you. Anything we can do to help make you more successful makes us all successful at the end of the day. So I apologize for you being told initially you didn't, and I appreciate you scrambling, to be able to come in tonight. So basically, I guess my first question to you, and actually my only question would be, other than to thank you, is if you would each take a moment and just kind of tell me why it worked for you now, and again, and why this committee is the one that you have a most interest in. So Emily, if you'd like to go first, I see you first on my screen, so.
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Apologies for the background noise. So yeah, and absolutely no problem in hopping on last minute. So I'm happy to, to chat. And I think really maybe like a lot of people with the recent political environment, finding myself wanting to be more engaged within my community. So I grew up in Westborough, so am familiar with the area. And, wanted to find a way to become more involved, right? And that obviously means a lot of different things. And I think for me, it meant with time, right? With the, with limited time that I have, is there a way that I can participate really locally within the community, right? With the idea that all politics is local. So, and I had the very good fortune of meeting Chelsea at my sister-in-law's, and, was just chatting with her and obviously was very impressed. And I think, subsequently, she had shared with me a lot about her experience and some of the different committees. And obviously there are some that require, a certain expertise and background, which I just, I don't have. But this sounds like something that might fit with both sort of my background and also the time that I have to commit, right? I don't want to sign up or volunteer for something that I can't commit to, but also, again, try to find some way of again, contributing to the community. So I think the fact that it has to deal with higher education obviously has, can have a huge impact on an individual's trajectory. I do have some experience with a private student loan company, if you would believe. And so I know how important scholarships and alternative sources of funding are when you don't have to go through a private student loan to, are to students in general. And so, to the extent that I can help a student within the local community, reap the benefit of the, the resources that are available to them, sounds like a really, cool way of contributing to my community. So.
Great, thank you
Yeah.
very much. Maureen?
Yeah.
Well, that was extremely well said. So I would second most of that. So I also found about the opportunity and similarly have been looking for a way to get more involved, but that still recognizes, I have a full-time job and a full-time kid. So this felt like a great fit. I personally feel that my life was changed by the opportunity to have scholarships awarded and that let me pursue higher education. And, it's something that was very meaningful in my life. My parents didn't have that opportunity. So to be part of something for the next generation to lend a hand really means a lot to me.
Great, thank you. And ladies, thank you both again for stepping back in at short notice. And I look forward to supporting you both. Marty, I'm all set. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Ms. Malinowski?
Thank you both for coming and thank you for volunteering to help on this committee. I don't have any questions, but if there's anything that this board can assist you with in the future, feel free to reach out. We're all very approachable.
Great, thanks, Chelsea. Mr. Shea?
Thank you. So no additional questions beyond those offered by Ms. Braccio. Thank you both for stepping up. And I know that I've had the opportunity several times over the last 6 years while I've been on the board to be the board's representative as the scholarships are awarded in May, June timeframe. And I know last year we weren't able to have the traditional ceremony at the community house, and it's probably questionable, probably unlikely we'll be able to resume it again this year, but very much looking forward to renewing that tradition, and hopefully you're able to participate in one of those nice nights as well. It's a really fun night in the community. So thanks for volunteering for this committee.
All right, great. Thanks, Brian. Mr. Stivers?
Thanks. I'll echo the appreciation for stepping forward to volunteer. I think this is an important function. It's one of the groups that doesn't get a lot of attention in town, but as you folks have commented, this can make a difference in people's lives. And as the recipient of important scholarship aid myself, I strongly appreciate that opportunity. So again, I think this is a great place to serve and do important work. And thank you for volunteering.
All right, Sam, great. And Maureen and Emily, I echo everything that's been said previously. You know, all 5 members of the Board of Selectmen at some point in the last, some of us longer back than others, you know, stuck our toe in the water to do something with the town. And I think all 5 of us, since we're still doing it, found it enjoyable most of the time and rewarding. And so I hope and expect that you will as well. And, Southborough runs on volunteers. So we really appreciate your stepping forward and look forward to seeing you, as Brian said, at the ceremonies down the line. Enjoy.
Thanks very much.
Actually, Marty, while they're
Yeah, thanks.
still on board, can I move that we appoint Maureen Bensley, Kathleen Kuklowitz, and Emily Lowe to the Scholarship Advisory Committee to the terms as listed in the agenda?
Second.
Seconded. Discussion? None. All in favor. Ms. Braccio.
Happily, aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Shea.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
And Mr. Healy is aye. Congratulations and enjoy the rest of your evenings.
Thank you.
All right.
So, well, before we go, what would be next for us?
I am assuming,
Yes.
and Mr. Purple or Ms. Hale, either they or in conjunction with the existing chair of the scholarship committee will be in touch. And now that
Okay.
we have 3 new members, there's a quorum, so you can actually meet.
Very good.
Getting
Okay.
sworn in.
Appointment letters will come to you hopefully tomorrow. And then we'll put you in contact with the town clerk's office to get sworn in as new members.
Oh, great. Okay. Well, I'll make room on the fridge.
Okay.
So,
All right.
okay. Thank you all so much.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Looking forward to it. Bye.
All right. Well, Lisa, thanks for prodding, and thanks to the 2 of them. And we'll keep our eyes open in case Ms. Kuklowitz shows up and can have a quick chat with her as well. So now we will move to scheduled appointments, and the first one is with our Municipal Technology Committee, and I am assuming that is Mr. Probst and maybe Ms. Varner, and I'm not sure if there are other members as well, but they can advise us when they come over.
Mr. Chairman, you do have a hand up in the audience. The name is Libby. I'm not sure if that could be our other appointee.
All right. Well, while we're bringing over the tech folks, why don't we see? Ms. Varner and Mr. Probst, bear with us for a second. And yes, Kathleen, you tricked us with the Libby name. Did you hear some or all? And Matt and Angela, just bear with us for a couple of minutes while we have a quick chat with Ms. Kuklowitz. Did you hear any or all of what our conversation with the other 2 ladies?
I did, and I apologize. I looked at the agenda, it's with that feeling of like you're running after the school bus and you can see it. I'm here. So I apologize for my tardiness.
It's okay.
I didn't catch the tail end of that. So thank you for wrong name and late and all for taking the time.
So is Libby your nickname, or is that just a name that
No,
happened to appear?
She's my daughter.
Okay.
She's my 4th grader. So we have several meetings happening right now in the Kuklowitz house, and so I'm using Libby's Chromebook for school. So did not change that ahead of time. So just all of this sort of working parent energy here.
Okay, well, why don't we not go? If you had the opportunity to hear everybody else's comments, but we would, if you could just give us a quick thumbnail about about what piqued your interest in the scholarship committee. You're already a member of the committee since we already voted. But if you could give us a quick rundown, and then we can send you on your way to enjoy the rest of the evening as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I have been an educator for over 20 years. Most of that has been in independent schools. So I've had some experience working on admission committees and that sort of thing, and financial aid committees, and I've really been able to see the impact that scholarships can have for students and for families. I'm a product of public schools. My daughter, as I previewed, is a 4th grader at Neary here in Southborough, and then we have one little guy who's not in school yet. But I really, throughout my career, have thought a lot about just sort of the opportunity that education affords, and would certainly want those opportunities to be available to every member of the community in Southborough who wants and needs it. So really just am interested and certainly serving the town and the community in a capacity in which I feel like maybe I have a little bit of, insight to offer, given the fact that I've been in schools for a while. So really am thrilled to have the opportunity to do that work with 2 very wonderfully qualified and delightful ladies, apparently.
All right. Well, I am going to speak for the entire committee and thank you. Wrap in all of the previous comments, and all of us have had interaction with the committee over the years. It's been a terrific group of people, and they've done terrific work. So thank you for your comments and again for stepping forward. And we'll see you soon.
Thank you so much. Enjoy
All right.
the rest of your evening. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Thanks.
You too. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. Matt, you have been with us not that long ago for a pretty lengthy conversation. Ms. Varna, you're a relatively new member of the committee, correct?
Yes.
Which I think I said this to Matt last time is a strong contender for hardest working committee in Southborough, and nothing you submitted for this meeting would dissuade me from that. So I am assuming we got basically two pieces of 2 documents from you, and it seemed like they were complementary. So I'm assuming that you are going to walk us through the PowerPoint. Which references back to the other document that you're proposing to put forward. I have that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Do I have permission to share my screen?
Oh, absolutely. Well, what do you have to do, Vanessa?
Are you able to see that?
Yes. All right, Ms. Varna, the floor. I'm assuming, Matt, that Ms. Varna is going to be.
Ms. Varna is leading this. Yep.
All right, absolutely. Terrific. All yours.
Right. Well, thank you very much. Thanks everybody for having us back with you. As you mentioned, my name is Angela Varner. I'm here representing the Municipal Technology Committee along with our chair, Matt Probst. There are 3 main things that we wanted to do with the committee today. The first was provide you with an overview of the recommendations that are contained in our technology strategy draft. We then wanted to get your feedback on the direction and recommendations that we're making. And finally, we wanted to discuss with you the best way to operationalize some of those recommendations. So we see the purpose of the town technology strategy as a guiding document that will help the town with all of our future technology investments as well as decisions as we go forward. In doing that, we have focused on providing guiding principles that the town technology group, as long as staff, can leverage in order to help them with these decisions. And one of our core components of that is to move to a much more data-driven approach to services, value, and satisfaction. So we believe that by quantifying the technology services and the customer needs, we believe we can begin to establish a core baseline and then measure our ongoing progress. One of the first important considerations is that there's multiple stakeholders who rely on the town technology. We have Southborough residents who need town technology in order to access information. They need to access town services, and they need the ability to operate online. We also have town employees who leverage technology to do their daily jobs. And then we have vendors who provide services to the town, and they often need access to both data as well as systems. So while each of these groups have distinct needs, we also want to provide these services in a very secure manner, and more often now virtually. As we began the strategy work, we uncovered a few areas of review or of concern. The first is that most of our technology focus had been really on what I would call keeping the lights on. There wasn't very much capacity to deep dive into what individual town departments may need. And there was, a marginal focus on technology for residents. There really had not been any evaluation of shared services where towns could share technology across groups. And a lot of the work is still being performed in a quite manual manner, so very little automation. So from these learnings, we established our guiding principles. The first is to evaluate technology from a customer's first vantage point. The second is to adopt a cloud-first approach for our services and applications. We then recommend creating a shared service model for core functionality that could benefit multiple groups. Look for opportunities to automate and evaluate all of the technology options for both data privacy as well as security, and partnering with vendors who are familiar with town government. We're recommending that all departments and the town IT staff adopt these guiding principles for technology-related decisions, and certainly that will require the assistance of a strong IT director and staff. In order to move to a data-driven approach to services, we're recommending a town-wide survey to baseline current services and get input on new and desired services. By running the survey annually, we can create a baseline and then measure progress each year. The strategy review was able to highlight some key areas where we would need to partner with the town IT staff to resolve these issues. We're recommending a department by department review of technology needs with an eye towards identifying shared needs like scheduling and registration systems. We'd also recommend continuing to evaluate our current on-premise systems to understand their roadmaps and when cloud-based options may be available. We're also seeing the areas of security and virtual collaboration grow exponentially, with the need for IT resources that can go deep in these areas. So for these reasons, we're recommending that a second position be added to the town IT department for 2021. This would allow the town IT director to focus on higher level activities, while a second IT role perform daily operations. This also provides a basic level of redundancy, and in 2022, a security role should also be considered. Our goal for the strategy is to help set the roadmap for the next 5 years. We're considering this year one, which is our year for data collection and baselining. It's really an opportunity to take a hard look at our current inventory and services and understand what citizens and employees require. This data would be used to outline steps we want to take in the coming years and to enhance the services and security for all of our stakeholders. While data was one key input into the strategy, another is our evolving technology trends that we see all around us. These trends represent new and emerging standards which people have come to expect, as well as opportunities for us to become more efficient in our provisioning of services. The technology strategy includes 4 key performance indicators that would be helpful in measuring success. The first is citizen experience and engagement. The second is employee experience, overall communication and connectivity improvements, and finally, security improvements. Our goal is to measure progress each year to help evolve the strategy and the plans for each of these areas. We've shared our detailed strategy draft with a number of departments as well as individual citizens. We've received good feedback from these interviews, and we've incorporated that into our evolving draft. We do continue to collect input and evolve the strategy. We see this as a dynamic document that will change as we learn more over time. So those are some of the highlights. I know it was a very detailed document. It was quite long, so we wanted to set a little bit of a baseline in case anyone had not read it recently. But at this time, we just wanted to open it up and get your feedback on the technology draft and see if you had any questions.
All right, thank you very much. That was excellent. And Chelsea, I'm going to go to you in a second to start things off, Ms. Malinowski. Ms. Varner, and when Matt was here last time, this was, I and some others asked questions about this. I mean, it's, you know, there's sort of a bifurcated world out there of people who are, have varying levels of comfort with technology and folks who have complete discomfort, or they just don't interact with technology at all. And I'm curious, both for the folks who are engaged in technology, what is the thought, the strategy for reaching as many people as possible? Because I think this survey is a terrific idea, but it's also a terrific portal that the more people who respond to the survey, the more people who you're going to have, you know, it's not just getting the data in response to the survey, but it's also getting the data of the individuals who respond to the survey, that very basic data. I'm just curious as to what sort of strategies you've discussed for making sure that both for folks who are engaged with technology, but also the ones who aren't, what's the strategy for reaching as many of them as possible?
I think we've talked a lot about how do we market the survey correctly? You know, how do we get target groups, you know, maybe groups like, you know, advertising at the senior center, you know, hanging up flyers in local places where we know people around Southborough tend to congregate, whether that's the, you know, townhouse, Morrow's, you know, different places that people will go. And I think you have to be very explicit about instructions. You know, we want to make the survey easy to complete. We want to make it something that's not too onerous for people where they, you know, begin to shut down when they go into the survey. And for folks that aren't as technically literate, you know, making it simple, making it seamless, making it easy to access, I think are going to be key in the success of getting it answered more widely by people. Matt, I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that.
No, I think you said it quite well. Yeah, it's all about accessibility. I mean, and we've also discussed some options. Well, we reviewed options for maybe taking the survey offline, doing offline surveys, or hybrid approach, paper surveys as well as online. But the cost and complexity of taking it offline, it's questionable whether how much it would benefit us, as opposed to trying to make it a unified, simple, single experience that people can online, that people can take either through the computers or their cell phones, etc. So right now, for simplicity, we're focusing on the online portion.
And I think, and I'm thinking out loud a little bit now, but and Mark and Vanessa, this is something where you know, we've got, you know, so many active boards and committees in Southborough, and they all have, you know, sometimes overlapping, but they all have constituencies who, you know, attend their meetings, or used to attend their meetings when we had such things, but watch them on Zoom. And I think it makes sense for the Board of Selectmen to reach out and to make sure that those boards and committees are as engaged as possible with their constituencies to help out with this, because that's only going to benefit them. If technology for reaching people, for communicating with people is easier for all those boards and committees, it's going to make their work a lot easier, and the communication with those folks a lot easier. So as a tickler mark for future conversations, let's make sure that we reach out to our boards and committees that we interact with and make sure that they're on board, which is with this pretty ambitious effort. And with that, I'm going to go to Ms. Malinowski for any questions or comments.
Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you for the presentation, Angela and Matt. Just to follow up on that comment that Marty just made, depending on when you're planning on rolling out the survey, it may make sense to have some iPads available at the senior center for them to fill out while they're there. I think through this experience, we've realized that that's probably the hardest group to reach from a technology perspective. So that might be something, depending on, when you're able to roll it, have them do it while they're there.
I love it.
And so I do have a few questions. In terms of the software across departments and how to leverage them, do you have a plan for looking at a grid for what people have today that we subscribe to, what all the functionality of it is, and how it could help other departments who maybe don't know that it would be helpful for them, or they're actually actively looking for some solution?
There's some documentation that was started by the past IT director that begins to map out the software that's used by different departments. What I don't think we've gotten to the level of yet is actually doing that review of where there are similar requirements across departments. And I think that's the piece that we're suggesting is, there are similarities. We know that the Department of Recreation has a good scheduling system, but because I think people have tended to really focus on their own needs and their own requirements, there hasn't been that one unifying view across all the departments to say, hey, the Board of Health could also use a scheduling system, and perhaps this group could use a scheduling system. So why don't we take the opportunity to have one platform that can be leveraged by everyone instead of different departments going out on their own and purchasing separate, possibly, very different systems that then add to our cost, add to our support, in other areas.
Okay. In your customer list, I didn't see schools called out separately, but I did see town departments and employees. Is the intention that schools are included in that, or no? So
I can address that. So within the list, I think even within this doc, the school administration function is covered. That's partially because from a technology standpoint, the municipal technology committee has oversight and visibility into the administrative technology of the schools, Southborough schools. We do not, however, as part of our remit, have visibility or any oversight into the actual classroom technology, et cetera. So it was something explicitly excluded from the charter of the Municipal Technology Committee.
We did get feedback during the interview process from I think it was a school board member. I'd have to go back and check my notes, but there was some input into the overall strategy from the school folks.
Okay. And then in the first document under section 5, which is the developing a data-driven approach to strategy, this survey listed is a much smaller scale than what you had presented last time. Was this just a sampling of?
Just a sampling.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're not going to go with this one. We're going to go with some version of what you presented before.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, this is this is a subset specifically focused on the technology portion, and we definitely want to say, but in conjunction with this, we of course know that each of the departments wants to have their respective key questions, like Public Works, their questions, Public Safety have their questions. So certainly from a technology standpoint, we have a subset of the survey that we're governing the questions over, but there are questions contributed from the other respective departments for their particular needs.
Okay. When you talk about automation, what's your method or approach to that? Are you planning on sitting with employees of the town to go over their processes and identify ways to automate things and provide them training in order to do that? Or kind of what's your thought on that?
I mean, I think that we would have to work very closely with the person who gets hired into the IT director role. It's, you know, it's an amount of work that needs to be done. When we interviewed a number of the departments, they made mention of still doing stuff in a very paper-based fashion, you know, whether that's moving stuff into a database, you know, creating some simple online systems that people can access. I mean, I think there's probably a lot of opportunities that could be explored. I don't think we're suggesting that we roll out like an automation anywhere or RPA type of solution, but more there's some very simple stuff that can be done just to get stuff off paper and, you know, onto a digital format that would be quite helpful, I think, for many departments.
Okay. And after we get an IT director in place, is part of this plan to identify non-core functions that we could either outsource or do kind of a shared service with within, you know, with the schools and or another town?
I mean, I believe there's probably a lot of opportunities. We've just begun to do a lot of these interviews and talk with folks, and I think that will continue. I don't think we've earmarked any specific areas where we say, you know, we've said this could be outsourced or this could be completely automated. But I would assume that for the IT director, that would be an ongoing part of their role, is to look for opportunities where we can become more efficient.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is a continuous part of the mandate at MTC is to help departments become more efficient, review IT expenditures, et cetera. And it will be a continuous ongoing, just like our 5-year strategic tech plan is a sliding plan, meaning we don't just compose it today and we're done forever. Right? We're continuing maintaining it. And we're inviting, as I mentioned before, we're inviting the department heads to join us for one MTC meeting per month. And we just want to rotate through and continuously improve, continuously discover, and as new technologies come out, basically where either we discover them or we find applicability across multiple departments, we can help the department and as well as help the new director match those together, and basically continuous review and continuous improvement. Yeah.
One other just comment to add to that is I think people can get very scared very quickly when you start talking about automation, because people see it as job losses, or they see it as, you know, I'm losing my power grip on the information that I have. But there are definitely ways that you can reduce inefficiencies, make stuff less manual, and actually devote people to more value add type of processes. That can mean not needing to add new positions. It can mean, you know, different types of customer service that we haven't been able to add in the past because people are freed up from doing all this manual stuff. So I think, you know, we could work with the IT director to help them position it in a way that it's also maybe not as scary for people.
Okay. And just to go back, Angela, on something that you said for adding positions for 2021, are you meaning for FY22 budget, you're looking to amend the budget to add a position?
Yeah, that's correct. For the FY22, which is for this next town meeting. Yeah.
So right now in the budget is a full IT director and a half a person. Is that right?
Correct.
Yes.
And you're asking to add. So what are you asking for exactly?
So Matt, when we met with the advisory group, it was the budget that's coming to the town meeting this summer. Yes.
Yeah, or hopefully later this spring or early summer, whenever. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
And so I think Ms. Malinowski is asking, what is the specific number? I think at a minimum it would be 2 full-time employees. So basically conversion of the part-time to a full-time.
Okay, I wasn't aware that that's what you were. Okay.
This is a relatively new enhancement. We are still collecting data from neighboring towns about their staffing levels, and independent of but independent of what we're seeing in other towns, and by the way, we are on the low side in terms of ratio of employees to citizen population. Either way, we clearly need it for redundancy purposes, and it's been shown categorically that we need to have diversity, some level of redundancy and diversity of support, just in case either say a town IT person were to take another job, or something were to happen that person, they would go offline, etc. So it's more about redundancy, but it's also about, you know, making sure we can provide the level of service we needed. And Tom was doing an incredible job but even there, he could not keep up with the amount of needs for the town. So, yeah.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Chelsea, thanks. Brian?
Thanks. Great work in putting together the documents that you have presented in our packet and tonight as well. For the survey, do you have a time frame in mind for when you want that to roll out, and also how long it would be open before it closed?
We had hoped to get it out end of February, but due to some changes in the Youth and Family Services, they decided to go off on doing their own survey. We're having to do updates to it. So it is almost done. We're hoping to get it out in March. And based on our previous discussions and feedback we've collected, it looks like we're targeting possibly once per year to start off with survey. But we're open to feedback and ideas about how long we would keep the survey open. Initially, we were thinking about end of February, keep it open for 2 weeks, because the Youth and Family Services needed some, for their actionable plan, they needed results. We're not under those same time pressures, but I still would love to get some initial data back before town meeting. We have a little bit of buffer there. So love to get the board's thoughts on whether it's be 2 weeks or 3 or 4 weeks survey, how long we keep it open.
Yeah, I think that one of the challenges that you have is, a lot of the ways that you had talked about, publicizing this, getting this out, at the senior center and everything, that's, unfortunately still closed now. So I think that a lot of, the traditional ways that might have been available to, interact with people and to get them to know about it and partake in it, it's going to be a challenge. So from that perspective, we may want to, increase the length of time that it is open to do that. But I think, as you've mentioned in other groups, I would reach out to the library group, the library director. I know that they have a significant number of, users and contacts. They would be a great way to help advertise this as well. Certainly the town website, Twitter. And it's probably a longer time frame than what you're thinking of, but it's, if you're thinking of town meeting as a way to report on the survey, kind of was going through my mind that town meeting may also be a good opportunity to make a report to let people know that the survey is out there as well. Because that's, we got, a decent number of people attend last year, despite COVID. I would hope that, if we can have as nice a time or a nice weather and everything falls into place as we normally do, you'll probably get a, good significant number of people who, because they're town meeting attendees, they are interested in things, and they would be those folks that you'd want to tap into to partake in that survey. So
that's great feedback, and thank you. So I think it's sort of a trade-off. Which do you feel would be more valuable, having results from the survey to present at town meeting to show the utility to town residents, or would it be to use the town meeting as a promotion vehicle for the survey, and then say, hey, we'll publish the results through afterwards through other means? Do you have any thoughts on that?
I could see both sides of that, and certainly if you're able to get a significant number of people to partake in it early, within a 2, 3, or 4 week time period from, say, middle of March, then presenting at town meeting is, that's a perfect venue to do so. I'm just hoping that in that, 2, 3, or 4 week window of time, there's enough people that actually will, hear about it and take the time to participate in the survey also.
Sounds good. And this is potentially an option, right? Where we do a hybrid approach where we span town meeting. We collect, for 2 or 3 weeks in advance. We have some data by town meeting that we can actually present. It would be incomplete, but then we can use town meeting to promote it. Say, hey, the survey is going to still be open for another, another few weeks. But of course, then you get into whether the results we're presenting in town meeting are biasing other people's submissions thereafter. So that's true. We're going to get into that.
I guess, Matt, I'll just jump in with my 2 cents. What you said at the end about the hybrid, I think that what Brian said and what you alluded to, that the idea of having some data for town meeting, I just think is really important. I just think from a momentum standpoint and otherwise. That being said, everybody's biased every day of the week. So yeah, are they going to be impacted a little bit? I mean, I think I'd try to collect the data. I agree with Brian. I think 2 weeks is probably too narrow. A month, 3 weeks might be the sweet spot. Then I'd hopefully use that as a springboard to even widen and get additional supplemental data. Anyway, but I jumped my turn. I apologize, Mr. Stivers, for cutting in front of you there. But anyway, that's my 2 cents on the timing.
You done, Brian?
Yep, I'm all set. Thank you.
All right, Sam.
Marty, you took all my good ideas. I don't have anything to say.
All right, Lisa then.
Wait a minute. Not so fast. Several things. One, thanks to Matt, Angela, and the committee. I think we have an extraordinarily skilled committee here, deep professional skills and experience that are adding huge value to this process in terms of how we're thinking about this in ways that we have not been able to do before. I think one of the key values for me out of this is the connection into the master plan. I look at the principles that come out of this as an important link into the master plan. Lisa and I are involved in that process. And to have that kind of sort of high level view in that document to reinforce over the next 5 or 10 years, however long the master plan lives in its current form, I think is a critical element. And again, I think that the committee here has hit on some very important things, and maybe one could nitpick about, well, this one is not as great a principle, and there are 2 or 3 that they could have, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's less the issue than getting sort of that high level view at this level that can guide people going forward. So I think that's a substantial contribution here. And again, we can work to incorporate these things in the master plan. One other thing that strikes me in terms of the staffing question, I've listened to some of the MTC committee meetings as they've talked to various town departments, and in my own history in the town, I've talked to a lot of town department people. And I think having some extra capacity in terms of this additional position that Matt and Angela are talking about here is the opportunity to harvest what the consultants call low-hanging fruit. I think there are so many places through town where smart application of fairly simple technology can dramatically improve capacity, productivity. And as all of us know, we've been struggling to find ways to get more work through the limited staff that we have. And I think technology can not only make people's jobs easier, but it can increase the level of service and reliability of service to people. And having the capacity for someone who's knowledgeable about what technology can do for some of these departmental functions, I think could be very important and very short-term payback for the financial pressures that we're seeing. So I'm certainly in support of that kind of staffing model. And I'm only one vote, but I think that's an important thing to consider. Plus the risk that we've always talked about cybersecurity. I think we've got some substantial exposure there. And if we've got some capacity to look into and shore up that dimension of the town's technology, particularly before we get to a point where we are cloud-based, which we're some distance from now, I think the general view of the technology world, at least in my business, is that if you've got the servers in your offices, you're far more at risk than having Amazon watching the gate there. So again, I think that near term, there's real value in having beefed up skills to look at the cybersecurity risks that we face today. So again, thanks for the great work here and keep it up. Thank you.
All right, Sam, thanks. Lisa.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Matt. Good evening, Angela. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was, you could tell the amount of work you guys put into it. And I certainly took the time to read through it as well. So thank you for that. I just have a couple questions and a couple comments. The survey that you're putting out and the documentation that you've provided us as far as objectives and key matrix, do you potentially foresee anything coming back in that survey that may make you go back and readjust this document that you've provided us based on some of the feedback from the public?
I mean, I think the survey results are a key input into the strategy. You know, it helps us set that initial baseline of what services are people actually using, where are they finding the value, what other types of things are they looking for in terms of services. So there's definitely, I think, a lot that we would gain through the survey from that perspective.
Okay. So there is the opportunity, obviously, to go back and reflect on this document and make necessary adjustments as you see fit. Okay. Secondly, I know we talked about staffing, and the only thing that's really tough for me is we don't have an IT director. And it's hard is I went through the document where under section 6, you actually talked about what you would recommend the following steps be taken as part of the strategy. And I kind of take a step back on this where we don't have a technology director at this point. Hopefully someone's going to come in that is completely on the same page with you guys and, you know, has that as the exact same vision for the town. But I worry that maybe it's someone, you know, even with wanting to make that position a full-time position, you know. So I just wondered what your thoughts were on that, knowing that we don't have a director in place whose philosophies may be a little bit different than yours. Hopefully not, but.
And I think that's okay. I mean, a seasoned IT professional that has good qualifications and good experience hopefully can come in and make a robust assessment like, you know, I think we've started to do.
Yeah.
They would have the additional benefit of it being their full-time job and being able to spend 8 hours a day really looking into the detail level for each department, which is truly needed. So, I mean, I think their input is also going to be a valuable addition to the strategy. I think we can help support them. We can help if they, you know, need it in certain areas, guide them. You know, we do have a lot of horsepower on the MTC, but I don't think even if they had a different philosophy, it would necessarily negate the strategy still working in conjunction with that position.
Okay, I mean, obviously this isn't my forte, or I would be on the MTC, but, you know, so again, just as a novice, just asking, you know, how you might envision it being a little different potentially.
Yeah, the IT director is part of the MTC. They're an ex officio member of the MTC, and they have helped, and Tom had influence into earlier drafts of this, and we view it as a strong partnership.
Yep.
That's, you know, it should be co-created, because ultimately the IT department, IT director is going to be doing most of the execution. But we do know and consider the MTC being a high value as being a advisory role, especially given the amount of diverse, broad, extensive background in a variety of technology fields. That there's no way the town, you know, IT, one individual person could have within the town. So we definitely see, you know, whoever we bring on, we definitely will view them as a peer, and that we will co-create the strategy moving forward. But you know, that's, yeah.
No, and I appreciate that, Matt. And if I'm not mistaken, you're you know, the MTC is involved in the hiring of the IT director as well. So I don't anticipate, you know what I mean? This is your field. So I don't anticipate somebody coming in and saying, no, let's scrap this and start over. That clearly is not my intent. And I'm not taking away from the hard work you've done. It's just, you just never know on a day-to-day basis. And lastly, I will say that getting off of paper is, it's going to be a challenge. And all I have to say to you is walk downstairs in the basement at the townhouse and your heads will just absolutely explode. Definitely the time for paper has come and gone, and there's a lot more and a lot better things that we could be doing, you know, and utilizing. So you may be hearing from me on a project and how we can, you know, get rid of some of what is downstairs. Some of it, I don't think, you know, school committee minutes going back 20 years. I think there's probably a better way that we could work together and come up with some type of plan on how we could alleviate some of the paper that we have downstairs.
Jim gave me a tour and it was.
Yeah, it's like claustrophobic going down there. I mean, I'm short, so the height didn't bother me. It was the amount of paper. It's overwhelming. It's just absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm so amazed about how that, you know, that there's a system to index it and actually get access to some of that information, et cetera. So this is absolutely one of the things we've discussed a little bit on previous MTC meetings is the digitization, at least scanning of those documents. And that can be done en masse. I mean, there's services out there and there's even, you know, commodity printers, scanners that you feed it reams of paper and it just scans it directly to cloud services for long-term, low-cost archive, and this is definitely something we can help out with.
That's great.
I think at one of our last MTC, Matt, we talked about there's actually a law that they need to be retained. Yet if we had a fire, I don't know what would happen with all that paper. You know, all of a sudden, are we in violation of some of these, you know, laws about keeping this? So it's safer. You know, it's definitely a disaster recovery type of step that, you know, it's probably time to visit and look at.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't mean to go off topic on that, but that just seemed to be a perfect example of what you're saying on things we could certainly do better on. So again, thank you very much. It was a great presentation and I appreciate your time. That's it, Marty. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Lisa. And I've just got a couple of sort of wrap up things and obviously agree. Angela, you weren't here last time where I think all of us were taken aback in a good way at the volume of work that your committee had done, and the sophistication of it, you know, so kudos. Now, in terms of and so a bunch of different things, yeah. The paper downstairs is you know, dealing with that in a weird way. I view that as a not necessarily long term, but not the immediate term. The immediate term is not generating any more paper. You know, that's the you know, the paper that's down there isn't going to go away until we deal with it. You know, but and I'm assuming that's a big part of your focus, not just breaking down the silos that exist in the various departments, because, you know, any entity that has departments, I'm sure you know, has silos, and breaking those down. I mean, the idea of what you said about recreation and somehow, you know, exporting what they're doing on a scheduling basis into the other departments. I mean, that's just, again, that isn't something necessarily that's intuitive for me. I'm not a tech person, but when I hear you say it, it makes perfect sense. So I'm assuming that breaking down those silos is a big part of what you're going to be interested in doing, both with the survey, but also with the meetings as you've described. Is that you're trying to bring in the various department heads to getting them to interact and to discuss how to do this?
That's exactly right. Basically, discovery from each department. What are their current needs that they perceive? What are their significant challenges? Where they see technology going? And then, as part of that, we definitely want to learn more about their processes and what are their key processes. And we can develop metrics around it, like what are the key processes that take time, key processes that generate paper, and require a number of different steps, and basically prioritize from each department what are the processes that are creating friction because there's handoffs, et cetera. So we definitely view technology as being a way of helping that. But the first part is discovery, and as Angela mentioned, we're still sort of in that discovery phase, and it will be an ongoing effort to discover, and then we can work on optimizing after we pass the discovery phase.
One of the key ones we're starting to work with is youth and family services. And I mean, you know, they're very largely paper-based, and they also have the added regulation of abiding by HIPAA requirements. So, you know, quite a large, technically complex set of requirements that have to be adhered to. And we have to start at the beginning. We need to document their requirements. We need to understand what services they're trying to provide. We need to, you know, architect what are the right technology systems to support them in that. You know, that's definitely going to need to involve the director of IT to help with those things. But I think we can help with starting to outline some of the planning so that as the person is on board, if they can really pick that up and begin to drive that.
Yeah, it sounds, I mean, the idea of, obviously, the approach to all this has to be data driven. I mean, that's,
right.
Yeah, you know, I have two kids who stumbled into being statistics majors in college, and you know, they're doing talk about you know, majoring in the right field at the right time. So I mean, we're a data world. I think a big part of the data you're going to get, I mean, you know, expanding out to as broad a possible reach as, you know, with the citizenry is important. But I think the first time through, the most important data is going to be internal. I think it's going to be from the departments and finding out, I mean, it'll be interesting for me to find out exactly how much isn't automated that could easily be automated, how much paper we're generating that with relatively modest tweaks we could eliminate. I actually think that data the first time through is going to be much more compelling. And it sounds like that's a separate track that you're already starting to follow.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have Mark. I don't have anything else. So I'm, again, other than I think you get the sense from the questions and the comments that you have an incredibly supportive board of selectmen, and Mr. Purple's about to weigh in, and you're going to realize you have an incredibly supportive administration as well. Right, Mark?
Absolutely. I'm not going to try and tread on the ground that's already been walked on. I do want to acknowledge the work that Matt has been doing and my appreciation for his help with Vanessa when it comes to the looking at the IT manager candidates. You know, Matt has been doing a great job evaluating the technical abilities. And so when the candidates finally get to me, I just need to look at fit. And I really appreciate that, because that's why we have a technology director, and that's why it's not in my job description. The only other thing I want to mention for the board's consideration, we've talked a little bit tonight about expanding the part-time IT position into a full-time position. And I'm not opposed to that. I think that, you know, wherever we can provide redundancy in departments, we should. And there's been some conversations about this. I do want to point out that this position, as discussed, does not exist in the SAP bylaw. And if it doesn't exist in the SAP bylaw, then we can't hire that. So I'm not asking for the board to take a position on this tonight, but I know, and Ms. Rosenblum is in the audience, and I'm not trying to extend this conversation at all, but the personnel board has pretty much finished their work with the bylaw. If this is something that the board would like to see inserted into the budget, I think we need to know sooner rather than later. And then we need to see if personnel board, you know, if we can pull something together between MTC and personnel board to get this position in place and get it listed in the SAP, so we could actually go and hire someone if in fact there is another full-time position funded for 22.
Hey, Mark, I throw a funding comment in here. I think there is already substantial funding for CARES Act from 20 that's flows over into 21. I think the new federal stimulus bill has got a multiple of that in terms of funding. If we can somehow figure out a way to link the IT position to CARES Act stimulus bill funds, that might be a way to lessen the fiscal impact of this. I'm not sure exactly how you do that, but I think we can.
Yeah.
Sam and Mark, I'm gonna jump in. I clearly, both the presentation and the comments and questions, there is at least an appetite by most, if not all, the members of the board to explore this in some depth. And I think that we'll plan on doing it on March 16th when we have a chance to, and I don't think that's going to present issues in terms of timing. It'll give us a chance to sit back, take a look at what the position would be Mark, you make a good point in terms of the SAP. Give you a chance to touch base with Ms. Rosenblum and get an idea of what would be necessary. I understand I've seen the work that the Personnel Board has done, but I think that adding in this singular position, if that's the route we end up taking, would not be all that complicated.
The Personnel Board is meeting
He
next
says.
Wednesday. Yeah, the Personnel Board is meeting next Wednesday, and I will I'll broach the issue with them. I know that the agenda is being put together now, so I'll ask that be added in for discussion purposes. To Mr. Stiver's comment about funding, I do want to be careful that we don't get that we don't try to put a position together that is based on tentative funding, because that really kind of hurts your candidate pool. I know Board of Health is having that trouble now in terms of hiring in the public nurse position, and it's very difficult to bring somebody into a position that may be from a position that's very stable into a position that is kind of tenuous because the funding is not certain.
Again, Mark, all of that is a reason not to have the discussion on the fly.
Yep.
But to sit back, know it's going to be on our agenda for the 16th. Matt and or Angela, if you, I'm telling you now, we're going to put it on for the 16th for further discussion. If either or both of you and other members of your committee are available, we'll be in touch. We're going to move on to our next agenda item now. Matt, it's great to see you again. Angela, it's nice to meet you. And again, nothing but great things about the work you're doing and the direction you're taking the town. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for your
Have a good
support.
night.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Right. Next agenda item is the IT. No, wait a minute. Okay, I'm reading my agenda wrong. Our capital planning committee. I told them 7:15, so I'm only off by 20 minutes. That's very good for me. And I'm assuming we're going to bring over Mr. Malinowski, and are there other members of the committee other than Ms. Braccio, who's always here?
Yeah, Mr. Mark, Mr. Palmer, Mr. Pfaff.
Yeah.
I think that's it, Lisa.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, Jason, I'm not going to do much of an intro. I'm getting an echo. So I'm going to stop talking and turn things over to you for the capital committee's presentation. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you all. Vanessa, do you want to present the presentation, or do you want me to pull it up?
You could pull it up, Jason. I just made you co-host.
Okay. So Marty, just for the record, I will note that we have a quorum of our committee, and I'll call us to order at 7:37 p.m. And you've already read the statement, so I'm not going to repeat it.
Fair enough.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you. Thanks, Brian. So before I launch into the slides, and I don't plan to read them or go through them verbatim unless the board has any questions, we're here on a few topics tonight, is to present the final recommendations for FY22, but really, what we would hope to see supported on town meeting floor. We're not going to go through every item again. We went through this with you in October. We're going to go through what's changed in a 6-month time period, taking into account the financial considerations of the town. And then we'd like to have a conversation on the standing committee language that is a placeholder warrant article right now, and the South Union School as a follow-up to the last meeting we had 2 weeks ago with you. But I think what I would just do is maybe start with, I know there's been a lot of discussion in articles written about the work that we've been undertaking with the schools. And just wanted to let everyone know that there likely will be a letter coming out that we will be co-writing between our subcommittee, the superintendent of schools, the school committee, and we'd also be looking for Board of Selectmen support, just really making sure all the facts are out there to the public of what's being evaluated, where we're at, and where we're going in that process. That in and of itself is probably a separate agenda item that we're happy to take up when you're ready, but should be done jointly with the school committee. But I just wanted to, give all of you a preview because things are starting to move. There's obviously been a lot of data presented, and there will be a lot more coming. But we're very confident that it's moving in the right direction, and that the right due diligence is being done given the magnitude of decisions that will be done. And I just wanted to really use this opportunity to thank both the school committee, the superintendent, and his administration for the collaboration they've shown with the town on this to really come up with what's the right plan for Southborough for all demographic, for the entire demographic population, moving forward. So with that, I'm just going to launch right into, where we were and where we're at. I think you're very familiar with our membership now. And when we came in front of you back in October, we were looking at approximately 1.5 million of cost, through general appropriations for the general fund. We're now, the numbers we're going to show you to you tonight, assuming two things. One, that you, advisory in the town at town meeting, support them, would cost about 1.166 million of general fund appropriation. So basically roughly a 400K decrease since we were last with you. And it also includes a lever that we're going to talk about, and would welcome Mark or Brian to weigh in when I get to the end of the presentation about leasing. So one of the requests I'm going to have of all of you at the end of the meeting, if you're comfortable, is to really, throw your support behind these as critical capital needs of the town, or, let us know where your concerns are so that we can further evaluate and take into account your feedback, so that there's really a final capital number for both you and advisory to work with as we move forward towards town meeting. But the reason that's important, and the reason I feel comfortable saying that, even given the budget continues to move, and obviously, it moves weekly, it seems at this point, is that we have identified an option for leasing of certain assets, mainly vehicles, in this capital plan, that if the town did not feel like it was appropriate that we could afford the 1.116 this year, that we could spread the payment over a short term at a nominal interest rate. So we think that that's a lever that doesn't need to be decided on tonight, but it is a lever depending upon where both this board and advisory land going into town meeting, that if we did need to find a way to save money to get to a more appropriate tax rate for next year, it does exist without sacrificing what we believe to be the true capital needs of the town. And then we also think it's really important to show what the cost of prior year authorizations are, because that's really your true cost of capital, moving forward. You'll notice there's been a decent decrease, about 80,000 since we were last in front of you. And that's just due to some of the bonding decisions and the bonding terms that Brian has decided on, as he's bonded certain assets that have been funded at town meeting. This is just a simple summary of what makes up those prior decisions that we're still paying for. The good news is a lot of these are going to start to drop in the coming years. But as you noted by one of the caveats on the prior screen, there are some there are some offsets on the revenue side of our budget, particularly on the schools, for grant funding for some of these. But a lot of these, again, are in the latter years of their bond payments. So, we will have some of these dropping off in the near term. When we look at capital, we don't just think about general fund. Obviously, general funds would impact the tax rate, but there are obviously other funding sources that we evaluate the capital need and bring through as maybe what I'll call an alternative funding source. So you will see here that we are proposing articles that may expend money from CPA and water fund in the coming year. We do have items that would be likely proposed coming out of the ambulance fund, but because they would be bonded, we're not expecting an expenditure next year. That could change if the town went down a leasing route, particularly with the ambulance. But there is room, even with some decreased ambulance collections that we've seen this year. So really what I want to focus on is what we've removed and or changed as part of our additional dialogue. Happy to go back to any of the other items. And there is one new item that we wanted to bring to your attention, especially given the magnitude of it. So Karen recently refurbished some of the plows and really does not see a need to move forward with the 3 plow replacement that she had proposed. We have 7 plows in total for the town. She just really doesn't think that this was required for this year. It will put additional pressure on us in coming years to make sure we have slotted the right year, though, for the replacement, because they won't be able to be refurbished anymore. So we may be looking at a one-time larger snowplow expenditure in a future period, but we think it's years out, not a year out. So we wouldn't view this as necessarily kicking the can down the road, but more proper financial management of, extending the life of an asset without, jeopardizing, the usability of it. We had a lot of discussion around sidewalk maintenance. We've ultimately decided to pull that, which when we look at any survey in town, whether it be done by our committee or others or any, normal, just regular bloggers, sidewalks definitely have come up, especially in the past year. We're not pulling it because we don't support sidewalks. We think that it can still be funded using some Chapter 90 funds that Karen would have available depending upon the projects. But more importantly, we'd like to see a much broader plan that it doesn't kind of chip away at it, but really comes up with a comprehensive plan of how to address this. We think the size of that plan may be more of a bondable expense as opposed to an appropriation. So we'd like to come back with a more well thought out recommendation that's going to require the time of the DPW director, but it also requires her time to execute and implement it. And given some of the projects that are on her plate, the timing just doesn't seem right to appropriate this amount of money in this time period, but we are focused on a longer term plan. And I would say, I wouldn't say that this is one that's going to be kicked too far down the road. If we do go to the route of having a special town meeting in the fall, to deal with items like this moving forward, this could certainly be one that you may see again. But again, it warrants a lot more discussion to bring a more well thought out proposal. We've removed the SCBA grant match on the fire side because the fire department did not receive the grant this year and has chosen not to pursue it. They've taken a different strategy, so it's just not required. We've also removed the SCBA cylinders, which are required cylinder replacements due to useful life expiration, in IV pumps, which is a new item that's required for the ambulances by the state. We were able to use Harvard Fund, which I think a lot of you are familiar with, the funding source and mechanism there from Harvard on an annual basis that's directed specifically to police and fire. Those items, we supported the need for capital, but the chief was open to using Harvard Fund to fund those, so they will not need to be appropriated at a town meeting. So they're using basically donation funds that have already been received and are now going to be appropriated. So what that leaves us with, there's a few slides of what's left. I'm not going to read each of these. What I'm really going to do is talk to you about, what changed. The main thing on this slide is the townhouse bathrooms. This was the item we were most split on. I should have probably led with, most of the items that we talked about as a committee had 0 or 1 dissenting votes. We had some abstentions along the way, but we had, this item is the only one that had a 4-3 vote when you kind of look at it. So the initial request from Mr. Parent was to replace both bathrooms this year at the townhouse. That failed on our committee in terms of a motion, but what did pass on that 4-3 vote was to come forward with 1 bathroom for this year and, to phase it in and do a second bathroom the next year. We had extensive discussion around, is this a need versus a want? Could it continue another year? And also because we use internal labor to do this work, is it actually feasible that Mr. Parent's crew would actually be able to do it next year, given, buildings hopefully are opening, up more freely. And, the general consensus was to support 1 bathroom this year and 1 the next. Obviously our goal, but we're not going to hold them to it, is that we don't need to spend the whole 40 on 1 bathroom. And there's some other interior painting that would need to be done beyond the bathrooms, but it also gives us a good landmark for what we should put forward in the FY23 capital plan. I'm going to pause a second on the CPA article for the townhouse. That's obviously a building that houses a lot of our town employees. Nothing has changed there. My understanding is CPA has thrown their support behind bringing this warrant article to town meeting. This is one of those items that if I look back on prior board discussions, that was kicked down the road a long time, right? There was the conversation about windows, there's the conversation about the facade. Our committee continues to reinforce our support behind it. I know there's some questions that Brian and Carla are working through on the funding and how to appropriately bond this and fund it through available CPA funds and funds that will be raised in the future. But I've gotten assurances that there's more than enough to cover this without impacting future CPA projects that will come before the town, in the coming years. So I would just ask that as you go through your deliberations of warrant articles, that if you do support this, that you continue to throw your support behind it, because this is a really important project, that really seems to be at the 5-yard line and needs to get into the end zone here at town meeting to make a real difference on a building that I think a lot of people believe should and could be part of Southborough's fabric moving forward. And then the other item in the MTC sort of touched on in the piece that I heard at least is Mr. LaFlame, before he had left, had a $90K placeholder for a basically hard server upgrade. We received correspondence from some residents as well as MTC that they thought a migration to the cloud was more appropriate, but they also did do their diligence to learn that some things in town government, namely public safety, needs to have hard server infrastructure in place as well. So they've asked us to hold a $40K placeholder to not only undertake whatever upgrades they need to the physical storage on site, but to come up with a longer term storage infrastructure upgrade. But the key thing that was really discussed and is going to be reflected in all of our minutes would be we would wait for the future IT director to be on board, and we'd wait for MTC to continue to evaluate it, and it'd be that collaborative sort of decision would be on how to spend it. But we didn't want to kind of leave them with nothing and have to wait for another town meeting to come around to appropriate, because we think this is an important item moving forward. I guess, Marty, do you want me to keep going? Do you want me to pause and see if there's any questions?
Where are you headed next, Jason?
I'm going to public safety, so just maybe, otherwise I can come back to some of these slides.
Well, why don't we let's see if I've got one very sort of housekeeping type question for the townhouse bathroom. For the 4-3 vote, was it 4-3 with the 3 being do no bathrooms, or were the 3 doing 2 bathrooms?
So we were one vote in favor, 6 against to do 2 bathrooms.
Okay.
We were 4 in favor of 1 bathroom and 3 against 1 bathroom. We never took a vote on no bathrooms, but I would have to assume it would have been 3 in favor and 4 against.
3 to 4. Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions about, I can't see everybody. I can see Brian or Sam. Do either of you have a, no? Lisa, unfortunately on my screen, I can't see. Let me see if I can't see if you're nodding yes or no. No for Lisa, and I think Chelsea?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. All right, Jason, I would go on to the public safety then.
Okay. So in public safety, what remains, we had extensive conversation about the chief's vehicle. This was an item that we had chosen not to bring forward last year, and continuing to evaluate with the chief this year. There are some items related to the chief's budget that were, capital items on the chief's side, fire chief that is, that you'll see here. None of that has changed. But what I will say is, depending, and this will apply both to the chief's vehicle and to the police cruisers, is depending upon the ultimate vehicles that are purchased and what other priorities Mr. Parent has in our Green Communities Act funding. We do think that going forward, we will have an opportunity to offset some of these costs. It can be up to $5,000 per vehicle, at least in the current standards. So we're bringing forward the full cost, but our goal is, depending upon what vehicles finally get, in terms of the final specs, I think the police are further along with their final specs than fire. There is potential offsets that we continue to explore with those particular items. I will say on the police cruisers, that number has come down since we last spoke with you. That's mainly due to the chief looking at different types of vehicles without sacrificing his operations, in really taking into account feedback from his officers. Much like all of us, some of us prefer being in a sedan, some prefer being in a cruiser. Some prefer being in an SUV, some prefer being in a sedan. Obviously you do need an SUV to work in inclement weather. So he's trying to balance his fleet between SUV and sedan-like cruisers. There is a difference in the cost, but again, he's moving towards more of a hybrid on his SUVs, which would qualify for the Green Communities funding as it currently is written. Where we really wanted to just focus your attention, and this is new, but it goes to your priorities that you all voted on at the beginning of the year. And it goes with the chief's community assessment that you in standard of cover document that you've probably all read, all 50 pages plus, I'm sure, cover to cover. We do have a water supply issue in town related to not just the neighborhood on the east side of town that borders Framingham, but there are other pockets throughout town, including our main infrastructure. We do have some major highways going through town, and as we read through the chief's document, we invited him back in. He and I, candidly, given our backgrounds, had a lot of offline conversations before bringing it to Capitol of what's the right answer for the town to solve our water supply needs, particularly from a firefighting perspective in all of these areas of town that aren't likely serviced by one pumper showing up at your house in the unfortunate event of a fire. And where we landed was a tanker truck. You'll see these more commonly in towns around us that have no public water supply or limited public water supply. But I would say the trend is quickly turning, just in my own expertise, that towns are looking to have more water supply on their first arrival because of, one, the amount of time it takes to get assistance from mutual aid communities, coupled with the amount of personnel on duty at one time. And we all know what the cost of what additional personnel is. So it's really arming our firefighters with an asset to have more water on an initial arrival, to potentially, obviously, not only save lives, but save property. And Capitol discussed this at great length for any of you that follow our meetings. We did vote 6-1 in favor to bring this forward. We did not vote on a funding source, to be clear. And the only dissenting vote was not about the need, but about whether we should buy something used or not necessarily designed as a tanker truck for fire purposes. It wasn't necessarily a dissent on the concept as a whole. And obviously, any of the members can weigh in when I'm done with the presentation if they want to add to this. But the really important thing is we worked with the chief to make sure that in this FEMA grant cycle, that the town submitted what we call a vehicle acquisition grant for this tanker truck. Who knows whether we'll get it? I'm not going to place any odds out there. But the key is we're trying. And the chief spent a lot of time and effort to put it in, to try to find an alternative funding source before going to the taxpayers. But ultimately, what our vote encompassed was a support for a tanker truck and a support for further discussion around, if town meeting were to approve it, when's the right time for the chief to place the order. Every once in a while, what they call demo units become available, right? So the dealer drove the demo truck around to 10 neighboring fire departments. Now they're ready to sell it. We're not looking to build a custom built truck for the town of Southborough. We're looking to do something that services the needs, but gives the firefighters the right access. So what was encompassed in our vote, in our motion to bring this forward, is if we don't think we're going to be able to fund it through the ambulance fund, and we don't have a placeholder in the general fund from an appropriation perspective, like what's the right time to actually place the order so that when the debt payment actually hits the books of the town, we know we can support it, whether it be through the ambulance fund or whether it be through the general fund. So that also plays into kind of how many grant cycles we would like to see happen before, the order actually takes place. But we do hope to know, at least based on everything I've seen on the FEMA grant cycles, is we would likely know by the end of June whether we get this grant. Yes or no. It'll be a simple yes or no. So, in an optimistic world, we show up at town meeting and we're only funding a match on this, which is usually, I think, usually 5% of 400,000. If we don't show up, then what we need to do is be able to, assuming there's the right level of support, walk the taxpayers through the need and be able to articulate the need for a truck like this, given it is a different view than the town has previously taken on an asset like this. But we think it solves more than one, issue and goal of the department and overall more broadly the town, especially given some of your priorities this year as a board. So I guess I'll pause there on public safety before moving on.
I'm going to ask a couple of questions on the tanker. Is the funding source the only moving part in terms of capital's recommendation? In other words, it is a lock that there is a positive recommendation in terms of getting a tanker truck. It just depends on timing, and timing is influenced heavily by funding source. Am I right about that?
Yeah, it's about when's the right time to actually, take delivery on it. Obviously, the need is real. We could use it yesterday, right? The need is real. That's what we voted on, and we do think that there should be more discussion about the right timing to purchase it. But the general sense of most members was they would buy it tomorrow regardless of funding source. But there were a few that needed this to get kind of over the hump, one further discussion. But we did not want to wait. The 6 that voted in favor really did not want to wait another year to bring this to town meeting, right? We weren't going to bank on a fall town meeting.
Okay, so it's a pretty discrete timing question. In other words, it's not, is it fiscal year 22? Is it fiscal year 23? Is it some later fiscal year?
Yeah.
It is much more discrete than that. You're focusing on having this as a capital acquisition in some way in fiscal year 22. Am I right about that?
Yeah, and the key thing that I should be very clear about is, regardless of funding source, we would not make a payment on it until FY23 because of bonding or leasing or however Brian and Mark decide to advance it. So regardless of whether it's general fund or ambulance fund, we're actually appropriating nothing against the tax rate this year. We're just giving authorization to acquire the asset and basically putting it on our prior authorizations list, which is why we need to be transparent up front about what the cost would be.
Okay. And I will just give you my general reaction. And I mean, I watched and listened to a decent amount of your meetings and discussions on this, and found your decisions about the various capital items to be eminently reasonable. And I mean, never say never, because it's got to fit into a larger tapestry of the budget. But what I know now, I suspect from my perspective that the decisions that you all have made are decisions that I'm going to support. That doesn't mean we're going to take a vote on this tonight. Again, and the same thing I talked about from an MTC position with the last folks. I suspect that that the members of the board are going to want more than, it's not entirely on the fly, but let this stew for a little bit and discuss it perhaps at our next meeting, and actually take at least a straw vote at that point about exactly what our positions are. But maybe I'm wrong about that. Brian, I'm going to start with you.
So I've got questions on the tanker as well. It may be worthwhile to have the chief attend that meeting, because I think a lot of them questions the chief may be best.
I can't see the participant list, but I saw a lot of department heads when I came in. So
And I think the chief is, if you want to ask him some questions now, Brian, or are you thinking along the same lines I am, that we don't want to drill down too deeply on these items tonight, but to make it a separate agenda item for ourselves on the 16th.
I think it makes sense to make it a separate agenda item, but just maybe to give a little heads up on where I'm coming from here. This is more of a logistics question. And, you know, the number of staff that are on duty at any given time, the number of personnel that are assigned to a fire truck if a call comes in, number of personnel assigned to an ambulance if a call comes in, and are there personnel to drive the tanker truck if the call would come in? You know, when is the decision made that you know, that vehicle needs to be deployed? So I think it's more logistic things. Don't have any questions at all on the need for it, and support the need has been discussed.
Right, Mr. Stivers.
Thanks. Yeah, I agree that it's worth talking about it in more detail later. I got a couple of general comments. Again, I've followed the conversations at the Capital Planning Committee. I think they've done a very thorough job on this one. I'm interested, I remain interested, and I've said before that about the possibility of finding a way to get MWRA water over to Pine Hill Road for firefighting. And I think that's still an interesting possibility, but near term, I think there's enough evidence, and Karen Galligan has provided a map of where in town we don't have good hydrant coverage for firefighting. And I was surprised at the number of places where that occurs. I think from a public safety standpoint, we need to do something in this direction. It sounds like the tanker truck is the right solution to me. So happy to talk more detail about it later.
Okay, Ms. Braccio.
I'm really not going to say too much, Marty, only because obviously I voted on these items at Capitol, and obviously I supported them all. I will be clear and be on the record, I was one of the 3 that voted against the bathroom. So rest assured, I voted in favor of all these others, though. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
So you don't get the key to the restroom then?
No, I don't. I'm in trouble, Sam.
All right, Ms. Malinowski.
Just one question on the tanker. If we receive the grant, then we'd be looking for 20,000 for the match. And can we, do you know what the plan for that would be? Would it be to come out of the ambulance fund, and it would be as part of the 400,000 and we would appropriate it that way?
I think that'd be a really good problem to have. I think all parties would figure out what the right funding source would be, whether it's just a general appropriation of 20, or whether it comes from the general fund, whether it comes from current year like you won't have to pay it in current year, but I don't know that we need to decide that now. That we'd all be jumping for joy.
But we would need to pay for it in FY22, right? Okay, that's it. Thank you.
So Jason, I hope that gives you a lot of what you need or wanted to get out of tonight. I mean, I think you know, reading the room, there's general you know, support and specific support for the particular items. Not surprisingly, I think it makes sense for us to have you know, a more of a drilled down discussion with the chief. Not tonight, but with a specific agenda item at our next March meeting. And you know, we can talk about what we want to put on the agenda for the 16th and whether or not we actually want to. Again, if there's a general sense that we are supporting these capital items, I'm not sure how critical it is that there be a formal vote that we're supporting the capital items. I mean, you've essentially got the framework, and the only reason I say that is because I suspect there's going to be somewhat of an appetite, including with me, to address the budget items with the budget as a whole in one fell swoop. But maybe I'm wrong about that. But does our discussion give you, in terms of these capital items, most, if not all, of what you wanted to get out of tonight?
Well, I guess let me finish, and then I'll I think there's a few more slides. Just, I don't want to shortchange recreation. They have Calander that's held over from last year. This is a CPA project. but we did vote to support this. And then, Marty, to answer your question before I go into kind of these additional items, I think it's really important for the board, we've put these department heads through quite an inquisition, particularly the fire chief. And in fairness to all of them, those meetings were not only recorded, but there's comprehensive record of it. Most of you were in those meetings, either as one of you sitting on the committee and most of you watching or watching after the fact. I think we kind of need to, if there are specific questions, obviously you should ask them and get answers to them. But I think we owe it to these department heads to understand if there's any items that you're on the fence about so that they can mount, the right support, because otherwise, kind of what I'm sitting here and saying is capital just spent 2 to 3 hours on each one of these items to bring it forward as an appointed committee of your board. So I feel like we're spinning in an endless cycle, and we've tried to take into account the town's financial position, and we're bringing forward a capital budget that is similar to tax years where there's 2 to 3% tax increases. So we're not bringing forward what I'll call an aggressive capital cycle. And we've pared down a capital plan that we started with $3 million of proposed capital for this year. And I don't hear anyone yelling and screaming from a department head perspective that we cut something that they can't live without. So I feel like a lot of the hard questions have been asked. So I just think we owe it to them. If there is someone on the fence about something, I understand the tanker's new and maybe leave that one off to the side. But if there are any other items that some of you are on the fence about, I think it would be helpful, especially seeing that there's a lot sitting in the audience, that you kind of just lay that out to them so that they can, A, be prepared for your next meeting, or B, we can do some more homework on capital to come back to you at, that would, I don't want to say alter our recommendation, but otherwise I kind of question this endless circle.
Marty, can I jump in?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lisa.
So I'm not going to be as diplomatic as Jason, I guess. I am going to ask the board to either at next meeting potentially to take a position on this, because if, again, similar to what Jason said, a lot of work has gone into this, and if more work needs to be done for the board to support everything that's on here, then we need the time to do it before town meeting. So I am going to request that by the end of the meeting on the 16th, we take a position so capital can go back and do what needs to be done, to see, what we can do to bring you the additional information that the Board of Selectmen needs to be able to take a position. So that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Lisa, I don't think, and maybe I wasn't clear enough, and I apologize. I don't think that's not inconsistent with what I was thinking. I want to make sure that in terms of, in other words, when we went around, I didn't hear the sort of concern about particular items from anyone. I don't have any particular concerns about them. As I said, I think, has been stated a couple of times, the amount of work that has gone into getting these items to where they are has been substantial plus. And I'm comfortable with the rationales that were put forward, and with a very hardworking, diligent committee where the votes were either unanimous or near unanimous. That's a pretty telling statistic. I think we owe it to ourselves, to having heard all this, to sit back, to think about it, and to consider it on the 16th. Now, if on the 16th we actually want to take a formal vote, as opposed to it being clear that we're supporting all of these items, for me, that's a distinction without a difference. But maybe, having the luxury of that formal vote is something that folks are going to want. But does that, so again, I don't think I'm saying something different from you. And are other folks on the board comfortable with that approach, that we have a final, obviously have the chief in to talk about the tanker truck. And if there are concerns that we have that we want to identify, whether it's DPW, the police, or otherwise, we can identify them, make sure that they're there on the 16th, give them a heads up about what questions we might have on those particular items. But otherwise, whether it's a formal or an informal vote, that there be clarity on what the Board of Selectmen's position is on those items coming out of our meeting on March 16th.
Thank you.
Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah, I think it's fine. And just from my perspective, I have no questions, no particular items that I want you to focus on from this capital list. But just similar to last year when we had the budget discussion, we had a number of departments come in and request increases in staff and make other changes, and each one on their own was very, very justifiable. Each made great cases for it. It really wasn't until everything was all piled together into one where you could see the whole effect. So, looking at it individually, I think each one of these components makes sense. But for me, I just also want to be able to see what the overall picture is with the entire budget, not just the capital, but from an operational perspective, where are we with an overall percentage increase? So I just think I would feel more comfortable having that full picture rather than a more piecemeal approach.
Okay. So we're going to talk on the 16th, and again, we'll either have a strong informal position or an actual formal position coming out of it. We'll see what we end up with a 3-2 vote, or if we could be unanimous or close to it.
So, but just to be clear, so we can go back and make sure the department heads are ready. I only heard the fire chief. Is there any other department head that Mark should make sure is available that night to come and present?
Not for me, and if that changes for me or anyone else, it's not going to happen at the last minute.
So Jason, I'll just ask you, on the last slide that you had, and maybe you're still going to get back to this, the Newton Street water main, is that something that's going to make its way on, or is that something that is going to be delayed? And if that's the case, perhaps it may be worthwhile to have Karen join.
Really good question. So Brian, as you know, so I'm going to go through the last slide now, which was evaluating. So Karen came to us within the last month, indicating that the water main on Newton Street was going to need some attention pretty soon here, and was proposing, various alternatives for appropriation at this town meeting. It would obviously take a while to actually get the project underway, engineered, and actually executed. Because of how new it is, we didn't think it was vetted enough to bring forward to all of you. So Karen is coming to our meeting on Monday night to discuss that particular topic. We anticipate to, hopefully be able to take a vote on it. There's really 3 options. Do nothing this year, do an engineering study, or approve the whole thing based on a rough estimate of design and construction. All of this would be from the water fund. So the concern that's been raised to date is, how does this fit into water's capital plan? And how does that impact the water rates? As all of you know, obviously, there was a sizable uptick last year. So wanting to, while it would need to be appropriated at town meeting, the cost would not be borne in your tax bill. It would be borne in your water bill, for anyone that is a water customer. So we are evaluating it, but Brian, I would think that there's going to be a recommendation for something based on where we're at. It's just a matter of whether it's the whole thing or just the engineering, I think, at this point.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. Or I think we're good on the capital items, and
I just have one question, Marty, if
yeah,
I
okay,
may.
Chelsea, go ahead.
Jason, are you planning on voting on the other CPC articles?
Which other ones?
So the trails, are you going to take a position on that one?
It wasn't really on our radar screen. We can discuss it. That's the signage.
Or the St. Mark's one?
I think the St. Mark's one is not a town-owned building, so I don't think that's in our purview.
Okay.
So Mark, do you have a view on the trails one, whether that should fall within capital?
Using the same logic that you just used, Jason, the trails are going to be on DCR property. So I'm not sure that would necessarily fall in your bailiwick if, given what you just said about St. Mark's.
Okay. So Marty, before we go to South Union and the standing committee language, and I don't care which order we do those in, I just wanted to make the board aware that we are working with other boards and committees, namely looking to have a conversation with EDC about the one-stop grant funding notice of intent that's due this month. We haven't discussed it fully. We discussed it one meeting a couple months ago, but really around wastewater for Route 9 and what possibilities that would or wouldn't open up for economic development. In studying other towns and where they're getting these mass works grants, which are millions upon millions of dollars, that seems to be a common theme of infrastructure type funding to be able to basically develop or revitalize certain areas. Obviously, certain areas of Route 9 are in tough shape at this point. So we will likely, depending upon, we're looking to do it collaboratively, not do one thing on capital, one thing on EDC. So I have reached out to Mr. Wood in particular to enhance that conversation. But given that the notice of intent is due in early April, I don't have the date off the top of my head. It does require a vote of the chief executive, which is likely all of you. So we'll bring something forward. It's very informal at this point, and then the state helps you match you with grant opportunities. But we'll probably bring something back on that that you all can discuss. But I just wanted to put it on your attention, on your, I guess, radar, given the short turnaround time and the focus on that area of town.
Yeah, that's fine. We just gave the EDC a green light to put together some other proposals, both from a zoning perspective, but also focusing on Route 9. So they're already rummaging around with the to explore the one-stop grant. This it would make an awful lot of sense if that could be wrapped into the work they're already thinking about doing there. But you're right, it's an incredibly short time frame to get these things done. So thanks for the heads up. Why don't we go to the language first, take a breather before jumping into South Union? I think the language is pretty straightforward, but I'm sure Sam has. Did you submit a red line version, Sam? That you're muted.
Not yet, still working on it.
Okay.
No comment. I've listened to the conversation about it by the committee. I'm fine with it.
Yeah. Does anybody have any questions about the proposed language? The only it's not even when I saw the stagger for the terms, obviously makes perfect sense, and it's consistent with the way I've always seen the staggers. I just always think that somebody gets, is there any reason you couldn't do, instead of 3-2-1, you couldn't do 4-3-2 for the first appointments? It's just kind of weird that, presumably if somebody's going to be interested in being on that committee, a one-term appointment is really a one-term appointment before you get the succeeding 3-year appointment.
Well, right now we're on 1 years.
I know
right?
that.
So it's an upgrade for the majority of the committee.
So
I hear your point, Marty. I don't have a view one way or another. I don't know if anyone else does, but
I know I don't feel
it's borrowed from other committees that are referenced in that same section of town code.
I'm not going to touch it. We'll leave it at 3-2-1. It just, again, it's always done that way, and somebody always gets a one year appointment, and it always seems, kind of a fiction that presumably they're going to be around for more than a year. So, does anybody have any? I'm sorry, Sam. Go ahead.
That could be a bonus, depending on how you look at it.
Or maybe there'd be a fight for the 1 year appointment, so there's an escape hatch. Does anybody have any specific questions about the proposed language? I do not. Don't see anyone. So I think that being said, I'll move to approve the proposed revised language for the what are you guys calling yourselves now? There's an extra letter.
Capital
in there, right?
Improvement and Planning Committee, and that's on
Yeah, there's an
purpose.
extra I in there. So I move that we approve the proposed revised language and composition of that committee.
Second.
Discussion.
Marty, I have a question.
Yep.
Process.
Yep.
So because I voted on this already, I feel funny voting on it as a member of the board because I've already obviously voted on capital. So I guess it's a process question that in items such as this, would the board prefer that I not be part of the official vote? I mean, I've already taken a vote through capital. Obviously, it's come forward.
This is just my view on this. The not vote. It's weird that it's in our bylaws about advisory and different committees not voting on things.
Yeah.
For the most part, whether or not you can vote for one committee when you've been on another committee really should only have to do with conflicts. I mean, again, we're creating fictions here that somehow Lisa Braccio, as the Selectmen's designee on the Capital Committee, isn't supportive of the decisions that she made as a member of that Capital Committee when there's no conflict of interest. So I think not only that you can, I think that you should participate in those discussions. That's my view.
Okay, I just wanted the board's view on it because again, some of the capital items have, obviously there's dollar figures and finance and budget involved. So I as long as the board is fine, then that's great. But I just wanted to ask.
That's my view. Any dissenting views? No.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
So did somebody second my motion?
Yes.
Okay. Discussion none. Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Shea.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
And Mr. Malinowski. Excuse me, Mr. Healy is aye. Mr. Malinowski.
He doesn't get to vote.
I don't have a vote.
So did we just knock some people off your committee though?
Well, no, because so that's a warrant article at town meeting. So I think, and I should have interrupted you sooner. I think what your motion maybe should have been is that you're going to support that warrant article and the language around it. Right, I think it's probably pretty clear, but that's essentially what I think your vote just did.
That's what I meant.
Okay. So no, town meeting has to decide.
But we will be knocking people off that are currently on the committee, correct?
We have to figure out a plan.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think we've all agreed we'll figure out the right path forward to make sure both committees are in the right spot.
Okay.
Moving forward.
Okay. Final Capital Committee item is South Union School.
So Marty, I think you had left us with a to-do on this to take an actual vote.
Or let us know where your heads are at in terms of your view about what makes sense. One bidding process or two bidding processes.
We dodged the facade question, but I did ask Mark to make sure that the correspondence that we had gathered, if you remember when we started this back in August, we went to historical, we went to youth and family services, we went to recreation, and we went to SHOPSI, right? As either potential, obviously, users of that current space and or potential users or interested parties in the future of that parcel. What I made sure was in your packet was the letter we got back from the Historical Commission, specifically related to the facade. But I would say where our committee came out was that you should list it. You can choose how you list it, but the thought was list it now. Don't wait for a town meeting to give you kind of a blanket approval. Obviously, your board can decide if you want to put conditions around it. We talked about some. There was even one motion floated that failed around conditions. But that was the general sense, and I would welcome anyone else. I'm probably oversimplifying it, but that was the general gist of what we discussed at great length in terms of a path forward. So I don't know if anyone else from Capital wants to articulate that anymore, but that was at least my takeaway.
Anyone else from Capital want to weigh in? No, okay. All right, so I agree with you that if it's going to be listed, it should be listed sooner rather than later. And you dodged the facade question. I mean, it's interesting. I guess here's my musing on it. My gut, and I guess a little bit of my head, although I'm not a real estate guy, tells me that listing this property with conditions is not going to garner a bid that takes anyone's breath away. That's just my that's my sort of view of it. And in a weird way, if our as a board of selectmen, as a town's view is that it is a significant historical structure that, come hell or high water, should be maintained, then it seems difficult for me to see a way that we do that with a sale and protective covenants and stuff like that. Now, the flip side of that is I'd be curious to know what this property would garner if it were just going to be sold straight out. Is it that valuable a piece of property in terms of its location, train station, et cetera, size, uniqueness? There aren't a lot of parcels like this that go on sale in Southborough. So I guess it doesn't commit us to anything. I guess my inclination would be to find out what if this thing were on the market and it would with no conditions, no holes barred, to see what sort of bids we would get in response. That's my view. But that's I think I'm going to start, if I'm going to my right circle, I think I'm starting with you, Mr. Stivers. Get your thoughts.
Okay, thanks. I agree that we should move forward and try to figure out what kind of bids we might get for it. I share your concern about too many constraints on it. I think that at least what I've observed in the past about these kinds of situations is that it is a challenge sometimes to get town meeting support to dispose of physical properties like this. It seems to me that I agree, Marty, it would be interesting to know no conditions, what kind of bid would we get? And I'd also be interested in understanding better what would the bid be if, for example, we required somebody to preserve the facade. I think it would be useful to get some sort of an affordable housing component in here, and maybe a little bit of open space around the boundaries to protect the local neighborhood there in some ways. I think that would help get support at town meetings. So put together some sort of a package or proposal that provides support for a variety of interests here would be sort of plan B. And if the number is X for the no holds barred and the number is 10% of X for the constrained version, I think that's interesting food for thought. If it's 0.9 X, 90% of X, then I think that I would be in favor of moving forward with constraints and paying a little money for that constraint value that we get out of it. So again, key for me is getting some direct input from the real estate world to see what it's worth under at least one or hopefully a couple of different circumstances.
Okay, Ms. Braccio.
I agree with Sam. I think obviously putting this out is key as quick as possible, but I know from past town meetings when Fayetteville particularly came up, town meeting was pretty clear what they were looking for, whether it was a binding vote or whatnot. Town meeting was pretty clear on the preservation of the facade. I worry that taking an offer to town meeting that doesn't accomplish or at least leave some form of option for that isn't going to be as fruitful as we're hoping. I understand that it will probably be a very different bid, but on the other hand, you're looking at over 3 acres there. And in Res B, which is half acre zoning, there's still, I think, plenty of opportunity to do something for a developer that might want to. And as Sam said, maybe affordable housing in the, the current building is the answer. I don't know. Mark, can I ask you a question? Is there a way, again, this is process, to be able to put something out for an RFP or bid with options, with preserving the building, what would your bid might be? If not preserving the building, what would your bid might be? Maybe there's not, because that's looking for two very specific things. But this is your forte. What do you think?
So I think that when we put out Fayetteville, we didn't give options.
Okay.
We simply said that these criteria are important for any bidders to meet, which I believe it may have been Sam's point or Marty's point that, you really didn't get a great price because these were conditions that they had to meet. So, but you could put something out, which I think, says, look, if you're taking this property, unfiltered, and there's no conditions, what would your price be? If the facade needs to be maintained, what is that? I mean, I don't think you want to give too mmany options or too many different pieces, but I do think that, you don't want to ask the question about, put it out and say, we want the facade to be maintained. And then the prices come back and the board says, we really don't like those. Put it out again and do it this way. If bidders are going to lose interest. They're going to like, okay, so we'll wait until the board's serious about what they want to do.
Yeah.
And then, we'll put something in. So I think that you just want to try and get as much information as you can the first time and hope that you have enough in order to make a decision.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Marty. That answered my question.
And I'm just going to, again, I'm going to be devil's advocate here. I think that if the facade of this building is going to be maintained, it's going to be because the town keeps the building, and whether through CPA money that we get creative like a lot of other towns have and do affordable housing there in a combination affordable housing and historical. I mean, there's, and bond it that way. I just don't think, again, and Fayetteville informs it, but also the Burnett House. I just think that putting conditions on the sale of that property with a kind of an understanding of the work that it would be required to go into maintaining the facade while developing the property, I think we're putting shackles on ourselves. I guess I would want to know, I just want to blast it out and see if we were going to get rid of this piece of property, what is the price? How valuable is it? And then if the town decides that, notwithstanding that, if it's an incredible amount of money that they want to maintain the South Union School, then that's the decision. But it's a decision made knowing what the town is turning down in terms of being able to deal with other capital investments because we've got that money from that sale. Anyway, I'm done.
I'll end on that too, Marty, I agree with you. And I think it's not up to us to decide. It's up to the taxpayers to decide, at town meeting. So maybe that's the easy answer. Put it out, see what comes back, let the taxpayers decide if, what comes back is acceptable. And if it's not, they can send us back to the drawing board to put something out with the facade. So I would be okay with that as well. Thank you.
Ms. Malinowski.
So, but to Mark's point, we can go out with facade and no facade, right? And then we can bring it to town meeting. And if the taxpayers want to keep the facade, if we bring the no facade to town meeting, then they can vote it down. But at least we would already know what somebody would pay for it with keeping the facade. So I guess I would rather go out with the two options only and not include anything else.
Okay, Mr. Shea.
So do we, we've been saying, we put it out restrictions, no restrictions. Does our demolition delay bylaw even allow us to put it out with no restrictions? Does the demolition delay still come into play here that a purchaser would need to contend with? Do we even have that option? And I don't know the answer to that question, but my guess is that it would come into play. So that in itself, may preclude, a no restriction option to see what we could get for it if that building didn't need to be kept. And just one other thing just to keep in mind as well, just it's the engineer in me and all the logistics of everything. And we have a very, very full town meeting coming up. And just thinking, and we're going to have to do it in the same protocols that we ran town meeting last year. Outdoors. Last year, we made a decision to only focus on the critical articles. And still, we had like a 4 or 5 hour meeting that Saturday afternoon. We now have all those articles that were pushed, that were delayed till this town meeting, that are currently on the warrant. Either way we go, I think this is going to be a controversial article unto itself. And, you know, is this, I'll just ask, you know, rhetorically, are we asking too much? Is this too much to put on for this upcoming town meeting? Is it worth, again, Jason had mentioned earlier, potential for a fall town meeting, you know, if we're, and, you know, others had made comments to hold off on some articles and like the demolition delay modifications itself, delaying those until, you know, we can meet again indoors and have a good presentation on things. Is that really the best time to undertake this? Is it the best time to do it now? So just a couple things that I've been considering since we last talked about this.
I guess my response is it depends. It's the answer to most questions. It depends. But is there, well, I mean, it sounds like having, again, sort of taking the temperature that most people would prefer that if we get some bids that they be at least, that there be at least two. One, an open-ended bid, one with as limited a condition as can be put on for maintaining the facade. So having, and I guess, Brian, the fact that we do that doesn't mean that we have to do anything for the town meeting in June.
Right.
It just means we've gathered information. And if that information is helpful towards moving us in one direction or another, that would be a pretty compelling reason to have, in fact, a fall town meeting, to consider that and some other items. You're on mute.
I hear Brian's hesitation and just thinking through that 5 hour town meeting, but I think the key is getting the data and understanding, right? There may just be it may help everyone make a decision before it even gets to the town meeting.
You know,
right?
again, to Mark's point though, it's helpful to have the data, but if we get the data and we don't act on it, then by the time we do go to act on it, because when we did Fayetteville Hall, we had, you know, first time around, I think we had one bid, and that person didn't submit a bid the second time around. So you need to take into consideration those that are going to take the effort to put a bid together, you know, think through what they would do with that site. And, you know, there's an expense that they go through in putting a bid together. And if nothing happens, then, you know, there's no guarantee that they're going to be around the second time also.
I mean, I hate to say this, Brian, but other towns are approving, like our neighbor in Ashland just approved a new school and a new public safety building in one fell swoop last month or 2 months ago, which required not only a special election, but a special town meeting. You know, if we want to give this due course, like maybe this isn't part of the annual, but there's a date if the offers come in, you know, that the board commits to, you know, a special, depending on when you land on the actual town meeting date. I know there's no appetite probably for 2 meetings, but you know, we already deferred the capital from this year. I just don't know how long we can, if we're going to keep people working in that building, it's just a clock that's ticking that I don't know. I don't have an answer. You know, I defer to you as an engineer, defer to Mr. Parent, but it's just a consideration you may want to just think through if we want to take it out of the annual, but think about it in its own special right with maybe some other articles that are special.
No, I hear you. And I'm, believe me, I'm not trying to be an obstructionist here. I'm just trying to think through everything. And I get part of me, doesn't want to be in a position too, where we're putting out an RFP that is looking for a bid for an alternative that may potentially conflict with our own demolition delay bylaw. I mean, the last thing in the world we need is another conflict with the demolition delay bylaw. So
I think that was just a matter of timing, though. A bidder would have to understand what that is, and their ability to do that is delayed as opposed to prohibited, I think. But we ought to certainly look into that. I think it's worth keeping moving.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Just to recall, the last time we went through this with Fayetteville, one of the conditions of the purchase and sale was that all of the the permitting processes had to be complete before the sale was finalized. So that dragged on for many, many months until the sale was actually concluded because of the permitting processes.
Yep.
I get it, Brian. I agree with everything you said, except I want the data.
Yep. Okay.
You too. Let's keep moving.
Yeah.
So
I agree, Marty. I think too, Brian, I think your point about the demolition delay bylaw is spot on. I think that is going to come into play. I agree with you based on the age of the building, but I think the data is, to get the data now is important too. And again, the data may come back and give us a very clear path,
Right.
to be able to bring to town meeting. So.
Yep.
I think there's another elephant in the room, which is people are going to want a succession plan for all the things in that property and where they're going and how it's going to be organized. So people at the annual meeting may not be willing to vote on a plan for that property without that being presented as well.
No, I think that's right. But that being said, I still want the data.
I think that's a solvable problem. Yeah.
I just think that there are so many roads that either are clear to go down or completely foreclosed if we have numbers in mind. And we could get bids that are $500,000. We could get bids that are $5 million. I have no idea. And obviously the way you view what to potentially do with that site is going to be, very affected by that.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to try to move this forward a little bit, I think the board's pretty clear on where you want to go with this. We have a template that we had used in the past. I don't know if it would be helpful if you wanted to assign a member of the board to work with me and with our staff to put this together. It's going to be about a 45-day process. The state requires us to have this out to bid for at least 30 days. And then there'll be somewhat of an evaluation period before it comes back before the board. So probably sooner rather than later. So I think that expeditiously, if someone from the board want to work with me to get this rolling, and whether you want this to come back to you on the 16th for final approval, or whether you're willing to bless it with the conditions that you've set forth and allow one member to work with me to shepherd it forward.
No, let's shoot. We're throwing everything on the 16th. Let's shoot for the 16th. Ms. Braccio is not going to be the person. She's got a pretty full plate. I'm going to turn to Mr. Stivers or Ms. Malinowski and see if they have bandwidth, if they think they do. Ms. Malinowski does? Okay.
That's good because I don't think I do. Thank you, Chelsea.
No problem.
Okay, there you go.
All right.
With a target date of the 16th.
That means your hourly pay rate is declining, Chelsea. Better be careful
That's okay.
there.
That's okay.
If I may add, Jason looks thrilled that Chelsea offered to do this, by the way.
Offering no comment.
Did you notice how he keeps rubbing his temples? Yeah.
Okay, so I think there's nothing else for us to vote on at this point. Chelsea, you're going to work with Mark and come up with a package, hopefully for us to take a look at on the 16th.
And Marty, if I could just throw one more suggestion in there for a third option that I'm wondering is a deed restriction not to subdivide the land. Obviously it'd be a lower bid, but Fayetteville didn't have the opportunity for a subdivision, but with 3 acres of land there, you could have somebody put in, 6 or 7 single family houses, or a whole, apartment complex in that size of property.
Okay, Mark and Chelsea,
I'll leave it up to you guys to decide. But
you can decide whether or not that makes sense for even a third option for us to consider on the 16th.
Okay.
I thought, Andrew, you were going to say you were going to come up with a leasing arrangement for us.
Although an affordable housing rental unit where we can take full credit of it, I think that would be a good one. But I'll leave that out for now.
Okay. Jason, I think we are done with you.
All right, I just need to make a motion to adjourn the capital planning committee meeting.
Okay.
Second.
Roll call. I'm just going to Pfaff.
Aye.
Park.
Aye.
Palmer.
Aye.
And Malinowski's aye. Have a good night. Thank you, everyone.
Jason,
All right.
Jason,
Hey, thanks all you folks.
Lisa gets to vote.
I know, I get to vote, don't I?
Oh, sorry, Lisa.
You
Braccio.
can't leave.
Aye, thank you.
Well, you can't leave.
Thank you.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.
All right. I think my report is going to be relatively straightforward and quick, hopefully. The town committee vacancies, I mean, we dealt with 3 tonight, which was great. I guess just generally, Mark and Vanessa, just a strategy. I mean, it's so tough without normal human interaction to be able to, have conversations with folks. Do you think there's something else we should be doing? Does it make sense to have as an agenda item on a at least a monthly basis, and to, as part of our meetings, say, here are the vacancies, and use the folks out in the virtual sphere can be informed about it, as well as what's going on with Twitter and the like. And I'm happy, obviously, to consider any other options for. I think there are people out there who are interested and would be willing. I get the sense we're not reaching them as well as we could.
I do.
Marty?
I think if we could, go. I'm sorry, Mr. Stivers.
Go ahead, Vanessa.
I think that could be really quick. It would not take, I think, much time, but I think keeping it on your agenda would just be extra, PR, and maybe reach folks that aren't, maybe paying as much attention to social media or using other channels to get information.
Marty?
Yeah, Sam.
I've suggested previously that the town census I found is a great source. I've used that before. People list their occupations there, most of which are accurate. Some of them are jokes. But for example, when I've been looking for technology people in the past, trying to staff the original MTC, there were something like 500 people who had some sort of technology job title that some of us use to think about potential candidates for that. And so, for example, there are, my favorite topic, grant writers. I've looked, there are actually a handful of people who do grant writing as their occupation there. So if we had a list of the positions that we need to have filled, if there are some that require particular technical or other work experience, that might be an interesting way to identify potential candidates and then reach out to folks and say, this position is available, are you interested, kind of thing. So maybe targeted outreach like that could be an effective way for some committees at least.
So what are these? You went through the census forms?
Yeah, I got an Excel dump from Jim Haggerty of the census.
It's a street listing, yeah, and it lists occupation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I offer? Sorry, Sam.
People list job functions like Grand Exalted Wizard and that kind of stuff, but there aren't too many of those. But most of them are accurate and have been a great source of talent, if you will. So.
Okay.
Can I expand on that a little too? So we've had a really good success the last times we've focused on a specific committee and what they're specifically looking for. So maybe instead of doing a whole listing at the beginning of a meeting, maybe each meeting we can pick a committee and just go down the list. We would pick 2 committees a month and just do something specific where we've had such good luck. I mean, how many people applied, Vanessa or Mark, for the scholarship committee? Was there more than just the three, or was there others?
I think that may have been it. There might have been one other person that had multiple interests.
Okay.
But that was a primary list. And, I think one other thing we've done on occasion in the past, not for a few years now, is do an insert in the tax bill. We can only do that, of course, a few times a year. But doing, just adding one sheet to the tax bill, should not change the postage, the Brian budgets for that. So I think there's a few other opportunities. Of course, we haven't been able to have the volunteer recognition luncheon or breakfast,
I know.
that we did in the past. We've picked up new people, on other committees that way as well. So I think maybe doing a little bit more PR, and sometimes people will call the selectman's office and say, oh, I'm interested in this committee, but I don't really know exactly what they do. I don't know when they meet, if that's a night I could attend. So maybe a little bit more, as you say, Lisa, focused explanation of what these committees do that do have current vacancies would be helpful.
Okay, I see Chelsea wants to say something. So
Yeah,
I'll
go ahead,
stop.
Chelsea.
So two things. I've been doing a lot of outreach to parents on opportunities that are available. And I've gotten some good feedback and some people have applied. So I think that's working. My other comment though is I think some of our boards and committees have constraints where, like for CPC, for example, the two openings that we have right now have to be a housing authority member and an open space member. So if somebody applies for CPC, but they're not on one of those two, we can't appoint them. So I think we've constrained ourselves on some of these to not maybe have as many citizens at large because there's vacancies, but then you have to also be on another committee. I think the only one, the scholarship, we just went to 5. So we have 2 more seats on that one. The golf committee needs some. The rec committee needs 1, or rec commission. But I don't think that there's really a lot of other opportunity except if you're on another committee. So like open space has one, and then the housing authority is an elected position. So I don't, if you go through the list, it looks like there's a lot of vacancies, but in reality, it's not as many, I think, as we think.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay. Well, why don't we, Lisa, I like your idea of boring it in on 1 or 2. So maybe the golf, and we don't have to decide tonight, but why don't we try that as a first? And then the final thing is, we've had a number of folks who have volunteered who, as part of their first intro saying, I'm new to town. I mean, that would be a good thing to do when we get, I don't know, when somebody registers to vote, or, when it comes through the assessor's office or whatever, to, have come from the Board of Selectmen or whoever the appointing authority is, a welcome to Southborough, here's the volunteer list. Anyway, a little bit longer term than this, but why don't we plan on thinking about what to put on the agenda for, again, the 16th, and we'll give it a first go with 1 or 2 committees. Okay. The second thing is, I guess, Mark, the scheduling of joint meetings with Capital. Well, God, we just had our joint meeting with Capital, really, and with advisory. I've had some back and forth with Kathy Cook, the advisory chair. A discussion we're going to have later tonight is we're going to be kicking town meeting over till at least the end of May to early June. When do folks think that we want to sit down with advisory, one of our April meetings? Does that make sense? Thoughts? Yes, nods?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't want to put it on March 16th. That's getting clogged anyway. And it also feels a little bit too soon. I mean, we got some good news today with some of the adjusted numbers on the budget. I think particularly since we're not going to be having our town meeting for March, April, May, at least 3 months or so, that I think kicking over and suggesting dates for advisory in April. Actually, I take a step back. One of the things we talked about is having a special meeting, a special date though in April, which would be in between our 2 April dates. I think the April dates are
The 6th and the 20th.
The 6th and the 20th. So it'd be the 13th maybe.
I think that advisory had suggested the 13th, and I think you should probably put a pin in that until you discuss when you're going to have your town meeting, because we were kind of operating on the premise at this point that you would sign the final warrant on the 20th. And I know that this board has had a fondness for long meetings, but I'm not sure that you can have a consensus with advisory, depending on what's on the agenda, you know, and I don't know what'll be on the budget to-do list at that point, but to have a consensus that you can reach in one night so that you could close everything up and get it ready for you to sign off on the 20th. So depending on when you set town meeting, that date may or may not work. But like I said, I think we should revisit that discussion after you set the town meeting date.
Okay. I mean, what the other thing we could, fair enough. I've always wondered what was magical about April 20th, but anyway, that's just.
It's your last meeting. It's your last meeting in April. And if you're looking at having a town meeting, say the 3rd week of May or near the end of May, you know, we'll need time to do motions. We'll need time to get the warrant printed. You know, there may be some outreach. Okay. I don't think you want to do it right on top of it. So,
yeah. Okay. All right. And then the downtown initiative update, it's a very quick update. There's a meeting tomorrow morning with interested parties to try to thrash through some of the details and questions that came out of a planning board meeting last week. Is that about the right recap, Lisa? Yeah, okay. So to be continued. That is all for me. Members reports. Ms. Braccio, anything? No. Ms. Malinowski?
Just one thing. Youth and Family Services has put out a survey to do a community assessment for needs. So if everybody could go on there and take that assessment, it should take less than 10 minutes. That would be great.
Okay, Mr. Shea.
Just a quick summary on office hours from last week. Karen Wheeler from town joined to advocate for creating a climate/sustainability committee. She had then forwarded information. Marty, had you resent that along to Mark? And Mark, I think she had mentioned that that's stuff that she had sent to you, probably dating back to pre-COVID stuff. So, you know, understandably that was secondary to dealing with COVID at the time, but that's something that she's interested in the town forming. And let's see, representatives from EDC were there just to touch base on the public hearing that had been held the night before. Last, Mr. Pfaff joined us questioning if we could maybe reach out to Southborough Access Media to see if they could schedule more videos of committee meetings on the local cable channels rather than strictly relying upon YouTube. So,
Mr. Shea, really quick about your the first comment about the Energy and Sustainability Committee. I did have some conversations, some back and forth with Ms. Wheeler. She then had some conversations with Mr. Parent, who handles a lot of our green communities. Actually, he handles all of our green communities issues and projects. The initial conversation seemed to end with there may not be a need for a committee. Subsequent conversations have indicated that she may think that there may be a need for a committee and, you know, to look at trying to provide a resource for Mr. Parent. So I'm going to be following up with this with Ms. Wheeler and also with Mr. Parent and see if there isn't something we can come forward with to the board that makes sense for your consideration, or whether a committee, may not make sense in this instance. So there's more to do on that.
thank you.
Okay. That all, Brian? All right. Mr. Stires.
Thanks. The Board of Health update was the one I had suggested, and we've already actually touched on that a little bit with the efforts to hire the nurse as a full-time position running into some problems given the uncertain funding source. So that one is still being worked on. I'm hoping we can find a more permanent funding source and get that position filled. But the board is making good progress in terms of finding good candidates if we can figure out that one. A couple of late breaking news pieces that I think are interesting. One is that I saw a report recently that the current stimulus bill that's, I guess, approved by the House, the Senate's working on, is going to generate about $4.5 billion to Massachusetts state government and about $3.7 billion to Mass cities and towns. And if you use the same assumption that we used last time we talked about Southborough's share of the CARES Act piece being something like a little under $900,000, of which we still have a few $100,000 potentially available in 2021. You do the math on the current bill, Southborough's share is like about $5.8 million, according to my rough calculations. And so I think that we need to be careful to keep an eye on that one. I know Carla McAuliffe and Brian and Mark are watching that opportunity, but that's a big hunk of money. And I gotta believe there's some things that we can do creatively within the regulations to find ways to generate projects, et cetera, for that money. So again, it's not finalized yet, but that's not part of the controversial part of that particular bill. I think people expect that that money is going to survive the final vote here and the presidential sign off on it. So again, something worth watching very carefully and figuring out how we can take advantage of that kind of funding going forward.
Okay. I will not forget the town administrator report. Mr. Purple.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief as well. Just to give the board a quick COVID update, I've already provided to you this previously, but just to do this publicly, there is going to be a COVID-19 vaccination clinic at Colonial Gardens. Board of Health and I believe Fire Department is going to be helping out with that. Vaccine is either here or should be here in the next day or so. And that is going to be taking place on the morning of March 5th. So it's great to be able to protect the populations, in town that are most vulnerable. The other piece that I've made the board aware of is that obviously with the way that the state is handling the vaccination at this point, they're getting rid of cities and towns running their own clinics. They want to focus more on the mass vaccination sites, and also they're entertaining regional approaches. So all of the boroughs, Hopkinton, Holliston, Ashland, and Boylston. Sherburne was part of this, but Sherburne Board of Health has decided to go another direction, have put together a regional collaborative and has selected a location, the Westboro Doubletree, which was the site that was previously used by Westboro to do all of the regional public safety vaccinations. So it's a tested site. The owner is willing to continue working with the group to do that. We have put in an application to the state. I've been in touch with Representative Dykema, and initial conversations with DPH have been that they may put us on a waiting list simply because we're too close to other mass vaccination sites. I think the one that popped up in Marlborough, even though it's a mini mass vaccination site, I think is problematic, and the one at Worcester State may be problematic as well. So we're continuing those conversations. I do want to thank Representative Dykema. She did a great letter and got the rest of the, there was a total of 10 representatives and senators who signed on from the region to push this bill. Conversations are still going on with DPH. I think that when more vaccine becomes available, I think that some of these regionals will get approved, and I hope that that we get approved before then. So we're making a legislative push with DPH to see if that can happen. One other COVID-related item, I've been having some discussions with Dr. Alker as well as Chief Achilles. And I'll be convening another meeting of the Return to the Workplace working group to talk about bringing the employees back into the buildings on a more regular basis. Right now, as you know, we've been staggering The buildings have been closed to the public. I do want to note the townhouse has put in a doorbell. I had attributed that to Miss Berry, but Miss Berry said, nope, that was all Mrs. Hale. I'll be honest with you, people are using the doorbell and people are coming in. We're keeping track of the people that are coming in on the sign up sheets and it's been very orderly. It's working well, but if we continue down the road we are, I think, I'd like to focus on bringing employees back, and starting to get people back in the building more regularly, beginning in April. And I just wanted to mention that to the board just to see, if there was any outright pushback from the board to, to start to begin that process. Nope.
None here.
Okay. And the one other thing, the last thing I'll mention that was just sent to me moments ago is every year Youth and Family Services, they have their Unplugged day. It's usually a meeting day, so that when we normally have meetings and that you don't have no meetings are scheduled, and people can spend time with their families, even though that's what we've been doing a lot of over the last 11 months. But the Youth and Family Unplugged is scheduled for this Friday and Saturday. Not a lot of meetings are scheduled, but I think that the intent is the same, that people should take those times and those evenings and that to try to spend time unplugging from things and just spending time with family. That's all I've got, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Item 5, consent agenda. We've already dealt with E, F, and G. So are there any holes on A through D?
A.
B and C.
All right.
Sorry, I'll have to hold B as well. I'll need to recuse again for that.
On B, you said, Brian?
B, correct.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Well, let's just march through them one by one. Then they're all going to be dealt with. So the open minutes, that was you, Chelsea?
Yes, just one minor change on page 3, the third paragraph, and under the forum section, it should just say read the question instead of exactly what it said. I think question was just misspelled.
Okay.
Okay, that was it.
All right. With that correction, I move to approve the open session minutes of February 16th, 2021.
Second.
Discussion none. Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Shea.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Healy is aye. That is approved. The wastewater study, Mr. Shea is recusing, and I think you held it, Mr. Stivers?
I had a question about that. Yeah, we got 2 bids on that one, and has there been a recommendation for that, or?
I can answer that, Marty, if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead.
I
Lisa.
was the one that held it from the last time. So EDC at their last meeting took a vote to support the bid that the consultant had recommended, the Weston and Sampson, I believe, feasibility study. They did take a vote to support that at a meeting last Thursday, I believe it was, Sam. So there is no letter of recommendation in here. I was looking for that too, so I did reach out to John and ask, and he said that they had supported it.
Yeah, that was the one that I thought was a little stronger than the other one too, so that's fine. Thanks.
And I did reach out to Miss Galligan to have the conversation. She's familiar with both Ty and Bond and Weston and Sampson. We've never done work with either one of them, but both of them are good, reputable firms. I'm sure either one of them could do a good job. And, she would be fine with the recommendation as presented.
Okay, any additional thoughts, comments, questions? All right, then I'll move to award the bid for the wastewater study under the EEA grant as recommended.
Second.
Second by Ms. Malinowski. Discussion none. Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Shea.
Recuse.
Oh, that's right. You're recused. Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Healy is aye. 4-0 awarded, approved, and Mr. Shea recusing. The recreation lighting projects.
Yeah, I'd held that one. I'm curious about the low bid on that one. Is there a recommendation or some context for this one?
So, Mr. Chairman, I would, Mr. Davis is with us. I would bring him in and he can speak to that.
Okay. Hello, Tim. How are you?
Hello. Good evening. How you guys doing?
Good.
Having
Always
fun.
like the guitars in the background.
So we opened bids last Friday for the projects. So the one in front of you has to do with the baseball field down at Mooney. The low bidder did come in, Systems Electrical. Our architect was familiar with them. We started kind of the vetting process right away in hopes to push this to tonight. So the request tonight is for the board to accept the bid from Systems Electrical for $92,099 for the installation project of the lighting at Mooney.
Do we have an understanding of why they are so much lower than the others? Is that something that we should not be somewhat concerned about?
They're actually, everybody, if I'm being honest, is much higher than we thought they were going to be. So, so that's still on the sweet spot. I mean, it comes under budget, which was most important for us. But I understand that piece of it. But everything is checked out. They have the qualifications, they have the history. So we felt comfortable with it.
I'm not complaining. I'm delighted, but
Me too.
Too good to be true is too good to be true.
Exactly.
Good. That answers my question. So
Is that it, Sam?
Yep. Thank you.
Can I just ask a question while we have Tim, Marty?
Sure.
So it kind of piggybacks on what Sam said and the disparity in the quotes that came in. I was kind of taken aback. I mean, $100,000 difference. And again, you probably have more experience in this than I, Tim, in bidding out these projects. Is this the norm for the bids to come in so very far apart and so different?
Yeah, I think I think a piece of it has to do with the times right now. But I mean, we can look back to when we did DePetrie, just such a small field. We had the same thing. You know, our low bidder that we awarded it to was, you know, the highest from there was like another 150 to 200 grand more than what our lowest was. So, you know, all the projects I've bid here in town, but also in other towns, this is common. I see it almost every single time.
Okay, thank you.
So, and just so I'm reading the backup information correctly, there were 3 bids that were in the 90,000 range, right? 92
Yeah, it was pretty
up to
close.
96,000. So
Yeah,
there were 3 that were very close, and you know,
It was
2 that
definitely
were at least double that, and 1 not double but higher. So it's not as though this was the sole outlier at that low range. There were 2 others less than 100,000 as well.
Correct. Yeah.
And sometimes, Mr. Shea, I think, you know, you probably see this in your world. You know, some people may have, you know, they may have enough work, but you know what? I'm going to throw a bid in, and you know, I'll put in a high number, and if I get it, then it's worth my time. But it's not that they're necessarily trying to be competitive.
Yeah, the most important thing is if it's a reputable company, people know them as a reputable company, then that gives me peace of mind.
Yeah.
Okay. So no more questions. So, all right, I will move to award the bid for the recreation lighting projects as recommended by Recreation.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Malinowski. Discussion none. Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Shea.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Healy is aye. You got your award, Tim.
Excellent.
We'll
We'll
get
get started. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim.
All right, I'm going to take a quick, there was a questions by Mr. Miller about the reference to the meeting tomorrow relating to the downtown district. That is not a publicly noticed meeting. It's a working group meeting. It's not a meeting of any particular committee. So it's not an open to the public meeting, correct, Lisa? I mean, we're not doing it on Zoom or anything, right?
It's not a public meeting. It's just a working session meeting based on the suggestion of the consultants, because there was some minor technical issues, I guess you could say, in the public forum, and the document that was displayed in the public forum that the public hearing, that document is still visible to the public. It's just answering a couple of the questions in a more technical nature. And that the questions will be brought back to the public hearing. It's not that the public is being left out. It's just offering a little bit of clarity offline with members of just a couple committees. EDC is one, and there's no quorum of any of these issues. So it shouldn't be an open meeting law at all.
Yeah.
But the information will be brought back and shared at the public hearing. Yes.
All right. Again, it's an attempt to streamline the process for purposes of the public meetings, involving, getting the attorney involved, who is the zoning expert, and the consultant. So hopefully that answers Mr. Miller's question. All right.
Item D, consent item D.
No, that's the next one. I'll move to accept the donation totaling $200 for the fire department ambulance fund.
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Shea. I think you got there first. Discussion done. Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Shea.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
And Mr. Healy is aye. That takes care of the consent agenda. We are on to scheduling of annual town meeting. And where are our participants?
Mr. Semino and Mr. Hegarty.
All right. I think we need to bring the both of them over. All right, Paul, I see your name. You're muted. Hopefully we'll see Mr. Haggerty's name in a second.
It looks like he disappeared from Zoom.
Oh,
there he is.
Okay, good. All right. Paul, good evening. How are you?
Hey, good, Marty. Good, everybody. How are you?
And Jim, you're muted, but hello, Mr. Haggerty.
Hello.
All right, let me set the table a little bit. I think you are hopefully aware of the discussion we had last week about the legal bases for setting, scheduling, continuing town meeting. And it's interesting because I think I had certainly forgotten, I think everyone had forgotten that last year things were normal up through the middle of March. And we had actually set a date for town meeting, which is why the statutory provision kicked in. Once we had set it, we lost any control over the setting of the date, and it passed to the town moderator, Mr. Semino. This year, with help from Representative Dykma, the Attorney General's office, Mr. Cipriano, and our own sort of digging around, I think we're pretty comfortable with the statutory basis being that, since notwithstanding our town bylaw, that the Board of Selectmen has the ability to set a date for town meeting, at least up to and including June 30th. So I guess the first thing I'll say is, Mr. Haggerty or Mr. Semino, do you disagree with anything I just said?
I do not.
I don't disagree. It would still be a sort of a one-time thing. In other words, you set whatever date you set, and then at that point, the process reverts to what we knew from last year.
Absolutely. No, you're right. That's a supplement to what I said, but that fills it out. You're correct. So with that, our intention is tonight to set a date, presumably other than March 20th, for our annual town meeting. And obviously we're going to have some discussion about that, but wanted to give you an opportunity to weigh in on what sort of pluses and minuses we should think about. Obviously, I think the parameters are sometime from the middle of May until sometime to the middle of June. I mean, I think that's I don't think anybody disagrees with that. That's the time frame we're looking at for rescheduling that. Yeah, I don't see anybody shaking their head. So thoughts, start with you, Mr. Haggerty, who's going to be the logistics guy on all this.
Okay, well, there are a couple of weekends in that time frame that we can't use. So let's just cross those off to begin. If we stay with the town election scheduled for May 11, And we have to assume with 42 warrant articles, there's an excellent chance that this will be a 2-day town meeting. So let's assume that we go a Saturday to Sunday or Sunday as a fallback for that Saturday. Then we can't hold a town meeting on May the 8th, May 8 and 9. Other than that, for the month of May, we're fine. Then when we get into June, because again, assuming with 42 articles, we have to assume we're going to be potentially a Saturday and a Sunday, or if we pick a Saturday and it's rainy, we go to a Sunday. Given that the Algonquin High School graduation is on Sunday, June the 6th, we wouldn't want to do that weekend of June 5 to June 6. Other than that, I don't see any conflicts on the schedule that would preclude you from choosing any other weekends.
Okay.
Jim, do we know when the last day of school is?
I don't
Or
have
Chelsea,
that.
you might know.
Yeah, it's June, right now it's June 18th.
So, you know, there might be an exodus come the 19th. People are cooped up from COVID. So, I mean, we may want to take that into consideration as well.
Okay.
The 20th or Juneteenth and Father's Day, so that might not be perfect either, frankly.
If I might, Marty.
Yeah, Paul, your thoughts?
Yeah, so I concur with everything with this sort of narrowing of the calendar that both Jim and Lisa have done, which leaves us with 4 dates, May 15, 22, 29, and June 12. I've always been of the mind that you schedule things with the idea that for some reason they may slip. And so I don't even think about June 12, because if somehow that slips, then we're stuck. And so I'm in the month of May, and I don't see any reason why we ought not to target the first available date, which is May 15th. It's maybe sooner than some folks were thinking, but I'm not sure why we couldn't target that. It's basically 2.5 months, 10 weeks from now. You know, if we go 15, and I would concur, by the way, with Mr. Hegarty that, and we'll talk a little bit more about the length of the meeting. But if we do our required Saturday start, that the next day would be the next day, Sunday. We wouldn't go Saturday and then another Saturday if we could avoid that. So I would be looking at May 15 and 16 as a suggestion.
There's only one other thought. One thought I have about election dates, and I'm open to any of these dates here. One of the issues that when you make your decision tonight about these, with the date you pick, the next piece of this will be the date that you tell your boards and committees that they have to have everything finalized into the selectman's office for the warrant. So the further you push that out, the more time you give for these issues like the SAP. You talked about adding a potential position and these other issues. So I just, if we go with Paul's suggestion of that day in May, just for discussion purposes, if you chose that date, what would be the last date that the documents would have to be presented to the selectman's office to start the meeting? I'm just trying to, figure out what that means. So let's assume you went with May 15. What would that translate for documents to the selectman's office?
Well, I mean, I think that the date we have been talking about has been April 20th for the closing of the warrant. So, Mark, this is, I guess, this is a logistical. What's the term? What from the closing of the warrant? I've got to think that the 15th is from the 20th is sufficient turnaround time.
It should be. I think that the printing of the warrant can happen a lot quicker. We'll need to make sure we have everything. Sometimes when the board signs the final warrant, you've got everything in there, but you don't have the budget all formatted and everything. I think that when we give it to you on the 20th, you're going to have everything formatted, everything ready to go, so we can send that to the printer in the next day or so. So I think that you still could hold things for the 20th, which means that, we're probably going to need things in the week before the meeting just to try to get everything ready for you. So it's going to be right around that 12/13, when we'll have to have everything due, which may push any reconciliation meeting with advisory closer to your first meeting in April of the 6th.
Okay, I guess my thoughts, May 15th sounds early to me. And it's sort of interesting, Jim, you said that the dates go, I mean, first of all, I think that May 29th is out, isn't it? Or is May 22nd is the Memorial Day weekend, right?
No, I think it's the 29th.
It is, it's that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Memorial
Okay,
Day is the
because-
31st this year.
Okay.
The last possible day it could be.
So it seems like the 29th then would be out. I don't think we want to have a town meeting on Memorial Day weekend.
There's
I
not going to
agree
be
with
any,
that.
not going to be any NCAA lacrosse that weekend, Marty.
Yeah, but that's what would have occupied my time. But I'm sure
Exactly.
there's other things that would occupy other folks that are still going to be going. Here's again, I don't feel particularly strongly about all of this stuff. I just think that the later is the better, just in terms of having people sit outside, for hours. I just think June is a better bet than May. And you said the 19th and the 26th are out. I mean, the 19th and the 26th aren't ideal because school would be out as of the 19th and the 26th. But if we set it, for instance, for the 12th, and then the weather was, in other words, it's not that we don't have fallbacks. They're not ideal fallbacks if June 12th isn't good, but there are 2 weekends that are fallbacks, the weekend of the 19th and the weekend of the 26th. Anyway, that's my thought. I'm in favor of a June date, not a May date, but I want to hear what other folks think. Lisa, I'll start with you.
I would like to push it off till June. I understand Paul's reasoning on setting the date, and if it was in May, I would suggest the 22nd. I think with the COVID vaccines going on, I think a week may make a big difference. I think June is, I think Sam said, the 13th is Father's Day. So you're going to find challenges everywhere we go, even in June. So
the 20th would be Father's Day.
Oh, the 20th? Okay, I'm sorry, Brian. I don't know why I wrote down, Sam said the 13th. So then I guess the 12th, if I had to pick a June, it would be the 12th, or if the board decides to go with the May, I would suggest the 22nd. So I don't know if that was helpful. Do I have a preference between the two? I think June 12th could be very warm. And I think looking at who we could have sitting out there, that's my only concern with going to June. The longer you go, the hotter it gets.
All right.
So,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
no.
All right, Ms. Malinowski?
I'd prefer a June date. I think, I'm sorry, a May date. I think June is, I think we got lucky last year with it not being too hot. And I would rather give ourselves more of a cushion by having it in May and not bumping up against a June 30th date. I just, and I really think after June 18th, I don't think you're going to have a lot of participation. I think people are going to leave. I think once school's out, you're going to lose a lot of people. So I would prefer a May 15th or a May 22nd.
All right, Mr. Shea?
Remind me again, what was the issue with the 5th, 6th of June?
Graduation.
Oh, graduation. Okay. I guess I would lean towards the 22nd, 23rd of May. I think having it in May for the reasons that Chelsea just said would be good. Gives us the fallback for June if for some reason weather isn't good, and if we can't finish in 2 days, then we can extend to a third day in June. And I just kind of think that the 15th of May is too soon. So I would I would settle in on the 22nd of May.
All right, and Mr. Stivers,
May 22.
I move that we set town meeting for May 22nd.
Second.
Additional discussion.
Would
You just recommended May
no,
22nd.
no, I know it. So, no. I agree with the day. Time, though.
Yeah.
I
Should
think
we
that's
go
something
earlier?
I'm sorry, that's something that's going to have to be considered. But again, if as the chair kind of laid out in some of the documents that provided, the board sets this and the board, you can override the bylaw. Obviously, you really can't do 2 sessions when you're doing this outdoors. So I think you're going to have to adjust the starting times and just kind of do one fairly long session, for the day.
Yeah. So my recollection from when this citizen petition was passed to set town meeting in March, and at the time that it was to try and schedule it between the winter sports season and the start of the spring sports season. And, I think if there were sporting events in the morning, it gave people until, 1 o'clock to do it and gave us the night. I don't know that we're going to have those restrictions. I don't know that there are going to be sporting events that conflict. So would we have should we plan on starting it earlier in the day, like 10 o'clock or so, to give us, all that time, an additional 3 hours rather than waiting till 1 o'clock like we did the last time around?
I guess my thought was, and again, I thought that and this where we were going to rely heavily on Mr. Haggerty, the logistics, including the time we actually start on the 22nd. I mean, obviously we don't want to decide on the 21st, but I correct me if I'm wrong. What is required is the date for town meeting. I don't think we have to decide the time. Certainly not now.
You have to print that in the warrant.
Right, but that's April 20th.
Tonight, yeah.
Yeah, no, correct.
Any reason not to decide it?
Yeah.
Let's just decide it. And I do agree with Brian, 10 a.m.
And I agree. I think also earlier is better because you're going to get a little bit of cooler weather if it happens to be a hot day, because you just never know in May, that the earlier you can start hopefully it'll accomplish a lot, and it might be a little easier.
Yeah, Jim, any issue from your perspective?
No, but I want to throw some numbers out at you dollar-wise for this. Just a couple of thoughts here. And again, I'm just trying to think back to where discussions, there were some unsurprising discussions about issues last year that took up a lot of time. One was, for example, an issue that wasn't in the warrant. Someone didn't get a handout outside. So I just caution you in terms of making the day flow smoothly, to the extent that when your warrant goes out, you can have the budget and it's into your advantage. Okay. I think you're better off starting this at 10 than later for sure. But I also think we have to realistically, and I've got the vendor lined up to do 2 days back to back, because you just don't know. You have 42 articles. Some of them might be contentious. I just don't know. But to hold a 2-day back-to-back town meeting is going to run us almost $21,000. Okay. If we do have to come back for a third day, a solo day is about $15,000. Now, it might be a little less if it wasn't a full day, but it's a big number. So to the extent that we can get this all done in even one day, it'll save the town the better part of $5,000. And certainly we want to get this done in 2 days. And finally, there's been some, not at this meeting necessarily, but I've heard people say, well, we could just push this off to a special meeting in the fall. If we have to hold a special meeting in the fall outdoors, again, you're looking at $15,000. Now, I don't know what the fall is going to look like, or if we could, do something inside, but I just want to throw those numbers out to you. There's a lot of, if you can get this day in one day by doing it at 10 o'clock, terrific. If you have to go to 2, we'll be ready for that as well.
So just going around, I see from our board nodding for 10 o'clock start. Paul, it sounds like you're fine with that.
I am in favor of it.
Okay. And Jim, that's not a logistical issue for you to start at 10 o'clock.
No, we'll make it work. We'll get it done.
Okay.
Sounds like maybe a CARES Act funding source since we're forced outside. Who knows?
Yes, absolutely. I've already spoken to town accountant about that. Yep.
And let's make it an event and bring in the food trucks.
We're actually talking about that, Sam.
And a
Yeah,
band.
That's a good idea.
We're having discussions right now about that.
Okay, good. They get a party.
Okay, so then I will amend my motion that we set town meeting for 10 a.m. on Saturday, May 22nd.
Second.
Additional discussion? None. And just want to make sure, Paul, your preference was the 15th, but you're fine with the 22nd.
Well, I'm less fine than if it were the 15th, but I'll live with it. Notwithstanding Jim's point about the fall, we can talk between now and then about how to approach the lengthy number of articles.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Mrs. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Shea.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Healy is aye. We have a date for our town meeting. Now, the authority for doing anything with that date passes to you, Mr. Semino.
Terrific.
Well, remember, it only passes to Mr. Semino after the warrant is posted.
Okay.
So, up until the time the warrant is posted, it's still yours, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Fair enough. All right. Gents, anything else? And if not, we're going to move on. All right. Good to see you both.
Good night.
All
Take
right.
care.
All right. Good
Thank
night.
you, everybody.
Scheduling of departments. I mean, I don't think we need to do that tonight. Are there, I think what the thought is, are there particular departments either on the, yes, we want to talk with them, no, we don't think we need to talk with them list? Ms. Malinowski is nodding her head.
Yes. I think anyone that's adding a new position or service, I would like to talk to.
Okay. Ms. Braccio agrees with that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Brian or Sam, any particular
Yeah.
departments or any
So-
other additional concepts?
So if Board of Health is not covered by what Chelsea just said, I think given the magnitude of the increase that Board of Health is looking for in their budget, I think it's worthwhile to have them in for a discussion as well.
Yeah, I think just generally it is going to be hard not to have the large departments in just for peace of mind, to make sure that whether or not they're adding somebody new or some new service. I think it's more for the smaller ones. I think if there's something unusual about their budget, an addition one way or the other, then we'll have them come in. So Mark, I think you and I and Lisa at our next agenda meeting can come up with a roster of when we'll have folks in. Hopefully not on the 16th may be a busy meeting.
Or we'll have to have a special meeting at, somewhere, maybe just to bring the departments in and just schedule that as a special meeting. That's all we do.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this happens in the spring. Okay.
Marty?
Yeah, Sam.
Another suggestion. I mean, I don't think this is likely to be a case, but if there are any of the small departments where there is significant disagreement between the department or board or committee or whatever and Mark and Brian in terms of what the number is, then might be interesting to hear what that difference of opinion is.
Okay. Well, Mark, you can flag those for us. I just having looked at them quickly, it doesn't, most of them seem pretty static from previous years.
That really exists this year, but I can, put together a list that kind of meets the criteria the board's looking for, and we can.
I've not heard that it has, but just in case.
Okay.
Okay. Item 6B, review draft RFP for legal services.
Look perfect. Since you ignored my red line comments.
I did not ignore them. Your definition of me ignoring them is if I don't take 75 or 80% of them. Is that the
close?
I actually did. I actually took a number of them, Sam.
Okay. I'm fine. I think the key thing is keep it moving. So I'm fine with what you have. Thank you.
Okay. I actually looked at it. There's some cleanup, not substantive, but there's some just some typo type cleanup. But aside from that, we don't need to vote on it. But are folks comfortable with that being the document? What you're not comfortable?
No. So if I may,
Yep.
I think one of the biggest concerns for me is if we are just, one of the reasons I agreed to go forward with this process was for the opportunity to look and expand to a firm that may have had more to offer than just maybe a one-person firm. And in looking at what we have, it's offering both still. So I guess I'm confused as to what we're really doing. If we're putting it out there to bid for the opportunity to be able to get a firm potentially that has, additional attorneys that we can do a one-stop shopping per se to benefit the taxpayers more, then that was what I supported. If we're just putting this out to get what we have now or to expand, I guess that's my question. This is still allowing for a one-person firm. And I just want to be clear, is that what everyone else is looking for? Or were we looking to change for different types of opportunities?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I have a comment.
I will just, let me jump in. I will just, and this was my sense of, it's my sense generally. I mean, it is, and when I researched, Mark and Vanessa did the initial research to get the RFPs, and when I looked at those, from particular towns to see what had happened there, one of the things that jumped out at me is that a lot of times, I think towns fall into the town council being lifetime appointments. And once someone is appointed as town council, then there's no one ever looks at whether or not that is what makes the most sense for the town. And that's why I put the language in for the preamble, that whether it's a policy or practice, I just think as a matter of due diligence and fiduciary duty and all that stuff, that something as important as town council, that it makes sense for the town. The number I put in was 5 years, that at least every 5 years to look and to see, is this the best service, rate, all of those things for the town. I just, again, this is nothing personal against anybody. I just think that's a good business practice. That's what drove me. I agree with you, Lisa, that looking at whether or not, with that as sort of the construct, whether or not a firm is a better approach than a single practitioner or a two-person firm or something like that. Yeah. Absolutely part of the process. But for me, it's much more general than that. And that is, as I said, I was kind of struck by the fact that towns oftentimes treat these appointments as lifetime appointments. And I got to think never sort of test the market and see if they're getting the best value and services they can for their municipality. That's my view. Anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go on that long.
Can I add a comment?
Yeah, Sam.
I mean, Lisa, to your point, I actually think that the way it's written allows for a different possibility where I would, for example, be interested in talking to an individual practitioner who has a network of associates out there who might also be individual practitioners in a more formal way than we've seen historically, for example. So again, in my day job, I have situations where a group of attorneys who have different specialties work together on projects, even though they're independent firms. And I don't know that that's necessarily the perfect structure for here, but I'd certainly be interested in entertaining proposals from people who are organized in that kind of way. So I think that I was trying to leave the door open for different structures than we've had historically and see what happens. So I was trying not to limit us too much, I guess, leave the scope fairly broad.
Chelsea or Brian?
One question I have, would this RFP give us the flexibility to hire more than one firm? And the reason I'm asking that, so let's say we got proposals and there was one firm that excelled in labor issues, but wasn't as strong in, as I'm looking at this, land use or zoning planning. And there was another firm that had a real strong component, and we thought that it was in our best interest to diversify the services and hire multiple firms. Does this give us that flexibility?
I think it does.
Yeah, I think it does. And I think that the way it's not written specifically with that in mind, Brian, but I think that the way it would give the flexibility is that there's a requirement, and I think it's an important requirement, that someone be lead counsel. But I think that we could certainly, even though it's not specified in here, we could certainly make it a condition of someone being lead counsel if it fell into the sort of pattern that you described, that in order to get that position, that they agree that one of their assistant counsels, one of their network was either a particular X, firm or individual, or someone with that level of expertise. I don't think there's anything in here that would preclude that. And it actually, I think, particularly for a smaller firm, is encouraged.
Right.
Is that other folks' read of it as well?
Yep.
Yeah. Where it talks, I think it's in D. Is it just, yeah, it's in 3D where it talks about lead and backup counsel. I mean, what it does say is the firm shall identify a lead counsel, and the lead counsel will be responsible for coordinating the performance. Town shall have the right to approve the appointment of such lead counsel. Then the appointee must have within their firm or through established relationship at least one other. I mean, I guess, Brian, we could add in there through an established relationship or an attorney or firm designated by the town.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess the part that I was looking at was on, I guess, page 5 of 7.
Yep.
Paragraph 5, where we identified the different areas of expertise that we would be looking.
Yep.
And, as an example, let's say, I was, a lawyer and my specialty was public contracts, but I wasn't as strong in other areas. Could I submit a proposal that specifically highlighted my public contracts experience that would then allow us, and if my public contracts experience blew everybody else's out of the water, is that, yeah, we definitely want to have that firm. So let's hire them, and, public contract related work, we can have them on retainer to help us with. And,
I mean, I guess,
and have another firm that's hired if they excelled in other areas and these areas of expertise that we're calling for.
I mean, I guess if I were a lawyer who was submitting a proposal in response to this, and I was a super duper planning and zoning lawyer, as was my firm, but I was less strong in other areas, that my proposal would reflect that. And I would probably, again, if you're gonna be as diligent as possible about it, you might even identify who the backup counsel in these particular areas are that you would take on, notwithstanding your role as a lead counsel. I'm going to tell people how to do their request for proposal, but that's the sort of thing that I certainly would do. Anyway, Mark, you have your finger up?
Yeah, just real quick, I think, and having seen some of these processes in the past, I think that, there may be some firms that will put together, they will bring a package, so to speak, to the table that, this firm is going to do council services and they have people on staff who do planning and zoning and these pieces. And then they're partnering with this other firm who does labor. and so you may see some proposals that will put a package together, for you. And so that, I just wanted the board to be aware that, there'll be some that'll come in that'll try and make it a one-stop shopping. And then there are some that may put together packages. And then there are some that may just come in and say, we're just interested in providing labor services or just interested in providing council services for you.
And Marty, I've seen single practitioners do it with affiliations to firms. So a lead counsel would be a sole practitioner and then have ship with one or more specialty firms to shore up other areas as well. So I think we could get a range of proposals, and I'm interested in sort of understanding what that might look like.
That was a very long response, Lisa, to your
No.
to the point you raised.
I appreciate it. I think, Chelsea, did you?
Yeah, so on the background section, Marty, I'm just thinking about what Mr. Shea's talked about with going out to bid on things. And, from my perspective, my view on doing this is to kind of mitigate our risk from a town council perspective, and to give ourselves, if you want to use Sam's word, a network of options versus kind of a one-stop shop, a one-man show, I guess. And I guess the question's for Brian. Do you view the way that's worded as we're just going out to bid without really, I feel like we have a reason why we're going out to bid, and it's not just the 5-year policy or practice.
So what is that reason then?
So I think it's changing our strategy of how we use town council, right? We're looking to see what other structures exist for town council, and either going with a firm that has 2+ attorneys, or with Sam's structure, having a network that they work together on, where their strengths lie.
Broadens the resource base. I think Chelsea's point is sort of mitigate exposure to any individual weakness or whatever in there.
I guess I'd be inclined not to specify that as a reason for doing this. I mean, it's entirely possible. I'm pretty open-minded in this whole thing. It's entirely possible that an individual practitioner, including our existing town council, is the one that, as a result of this process, you go, no, this is what makes the most sense, notwithstanding that firms have additional lawyers and everything like that. But it'll give Mr. Cipriano an opportunity to lay out in a way that he hasn't had to, exactly what his network is, how he uses his network, and we'll hear that from other folks as well. I'd rather not anticipate what makes the most sense for us with that kind of limiting language. I guess that's my view.
And I guess I would also add, if there are those who are going into this, with an understanding that a change is definitely being made, then I think that it's incumbent upon us to have that discussion with the existing town council prior to putting this out. And I'm not of that mindset right now, but if there are others who are, I think we need to be upfront about that.
I guess I support Marty's point. I want to see what's out there. And there may be things that I'm not aware of that are interesting. There may not be, and we might wind up again continuing with the same structure potentially. I'm certainly open to that.
Yeah.
Lawyers have to do this stuff all the time.
Yeah.
Lawyers for in-house counsel, I have cases where the in-house counsel get changed midstream because not necessarily, although sometimes for dissatisfaction, but because companies are constantly testing the market and making sure that they're doing the best thing for their shareholders or whatever. I'm open-minded. That's my view.
Yeah, I buy legals. I bought tens of millions of dollars of legal services over the last 20 years here. And I interview attorneys all the time for specific tasks and personalities and records and all that kind of stuff. So it's always out there looking for, the right resource to meet your needs, which change over time. So very active market out there in the world. And I think that I always learn things about different ways of approaching some of these things. So I think that's valuable.
So I think, Brian, I don't want to be misunderstood. I think my point I was trying to make initially was I wasn't trying to say we need to change the council that we have. But when we first started this discussion, it was exploring the possibility of what other options we could bring to the town. And I think that was the point I was trying to make. And I didn't know if this covered it. But now through this discussion, I do think it covers it. And I think it explores all options, which is kind of what I was hoping that it would do, but I didn't want to pigeonhole us either. So I'm fine with that. The only real other question I had, Marty, on the document was, it seemed to say appropriate a lot throughout the document, as appropriate, or for instance, experienced in all, it had said in all areas of municipal law on the first page, first paragraph, and it was changed to appropriate areas. How are we going to quantify what I may think is appropriate, someone else may not? Under accessibility as well, it says authorize town officials as appropriate. I liked having the within 24 hours of a call on there. Obviously, if the town is making a call, there's a reason. And I would hope that there could be some form of at least acknowledgement through a phone call. So that's under C.
Yeah, under accessibility.
Yeah, so I liked having that in there. And again, you know, and at the top of page 2 as well, it talks about substantial experience in appropriate areas of municipal law. How are we going to define and quantify that to anybody? What do we define appropriate as? And I think I marked that off on a few different spots in here. Those were my main questions that I had. I just didn't understand the reason for appropriate versus
it's
being
my
more
word.
specific. Oh, okay. Well, then you might know better than me, being an attorney.
Well, I can tell you
but-
why I did it. I don't know if
Okay.
I know better. I can tell you why I did it because it's as a qualifier.
Okay.
You know, for instance, that said all areas of municipal law.
Well, that's yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
you know, I'm not even sure that I'd tell somebody that having done it for 40 years that I'm an expert in all areas of criminal prosecution, you know?
Okay.
You know, there's a bunch of things I've never done. I worry about it being too rigid. That's all.
Okay.
That's why. In terms of the time, I'm fine. The draft said within 24 hours. I looked at that and I said, really? And maybe that's a standard. I don't know. That just seems, you know, it just strikes me that we want someone who's responsive, but not necessarily with an hourglass being turned over.
Yeah.
But again, I'm that one I'm
flexible.
less concerned with than the all areas of municipal law, because I could see, you know, us making a decision when we know that someone's not an expert in an area of municipal law and somebody else says, how could you have done that? Well, we felt we had either as a backup, as a network or something like that, we had an ability to fill that hopefully what would be a minor hole.
Okay, then I'm fine with that, Marty. It's just a different type of qualifier. So I'm fine with that. And whatever the board decides, those were really my only questions. Thank you.
I like the qualifier too, so.
Okay.
Okay.
I just
Maybe I stole yours. Maybe those were your qualifiers, Sam. That I don't remember.
I actually use that a lot, as a matter of fact. So.
I'm sorry, Chelsea, go ahead.
No, that's okay. I just want to clarify what my question was related to. I wasn't suggesting that we should be looking for a change necessarily. I just wanted to understand if we're suggesting of putting a policy in place, then is that what we're doing by inserting that line and seeing what the options are? Or I feel like if we're going to reference a policy, we should have a policy, if that's what we're going to do.
The other thing, I mean, that was, here's my view about that section B, the background.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't feel the need to explain myself when I'm bidding for legal services, and lawyers are pretty hungry animals. And, but it was in a bunch of them and it made it into the draft. I am, rather than trying to massage that, I'd take it out entirely. That's my view. the background section. I know, Mark, you feel differently, and I think, Brian, you do, because are people going to be looking and saying, well, why are they doing this? Again, my view is, again, lawyers are hungry animals. They submit bids for proposals when there's potential business out there. And I don't think we have to explain ourselves as to why we're doing something. But I'll go either way on in, out, revised. I don't feel that strongly about it.
I'm fine either way. Maybe say periodically instead of every 5 years or something. I don't know.
I tend to agree with Marty, though. I think that it's probably better out than in. I don't, as it is now, I'm not sure that it adds a whole lot of value to the rest of the document. So I think it would the documents is just as strong if you take it out.
All right. Anybody have a problem with it just getting taken out entirely? Nope. Okay, it's gone. And I'll send it out before we send it out. And who knows, it may drag to the 16th, hopefully not, but I'll do a quick edit for typos and grammar and stuff like that.
Page numbers.
Yeah, I'm not very good at those, but somebody will fix the page numbers.
We had page 8 of 7.
Okay. Okay. We all set on that item? Okay. CSX actually going to be pretty short, I think. But we need to bring Karen over, right? Because these last two are her. Is she lurking out there?
Looks like it.
Yeah. Marty, Mr. Semino's had his hand up. I'm not sure if it was about the legal RFP or not.
Oh. Why don't we don't have a comment or a chat, so why don't we bring Paul over real quick? Wait a minute. Yeah, bring him over. Hey, Paul.
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Yes, my hand was up for this topic that you just were about to conclude. I just wanted to say that I was gratified with the clarifications that most people offered there at the end. I agreed with Brian's point. And by the way, I'm not speaking as the moderator, but I guess I'm speaking as a town official over the years in various capacities who's had occasion to interact with current town council. I sort of I had an affinity for Brian's point that if there's an intention here that's largely unspoken, it ought to be spoken to change horses. The clarifications that were offered by Marty, Sam, and Chelsea, I thought were addressed that issue. That is to say that incumbent council, what I heard is that incumbent council has every possibility of being all or part of the future solution, which, okay, I think clarifies Brian's point, and correct me if I'm not hearing that right. I understand that the desire to see what else is out there. Marty, to your point just there at the end about not explaining yourselves to those who might bid, I don't disagree with that. But you may want to think about explaining this to the voters who elected you. And so there are different audiences for which an explanation might be appropriate. And so I just wanted to offer those comments. I think that, you know, the current relationship with the incumbent town council certainly is not perfect. Certainly could use some optimization, and perhaps has run its course, but perhaps not. And I've always personally found incumbent council to have the best interest of the town in mind as he did his work for us. So I at the end of the day, wish you good luck with the process. Just wanted to offer those observations before you moved on from the item.
All right, great. Thank you, Paul. onto CSX. Unless no questions or comments flowing from that, right? No, okay. Included in the packet, the letter that I sent to Mr. Morrow. I hope that captured our discussion at the last meeting. I tried to. Mr. Morrow and I had a very nice follow-up conversation. He responded to the letter by saying, I'd love to have the opportunity to speak with a member of the board. I called him, we spoke for a decent amount of time. And I think actually we're in a good place. It's not a perfect place just because we've got two landowners who have different views of the world. But Mr. Morrow, again, number one, he appreciated the outreach to him. And I think he appreciated both the tone and the substance of the follow-up conversation, where I explained to him that the board was being guided by concern for doing what's right for Main Street and for the town at large. And in his view, the work that's going to be done on the rest of Main Street, he's completely supportive of, and is also looking forward to the improvements that would bring. In terms of the curbing, he actually is supportive of that. He thinks actually that it allows sufficient access and egress to their property, and that it actually will be helpful to some extent, particularly in the handicapped areas. He and CSX still are in disagreement about how the parking area is going to be resolved, but he understands that that's an issue between the trust as the property owner of the Morrow's property and CSX. I think he's hopeful that maybe nothing happens other than the curbing getting put in. I made it clear to him that if nothing isn't what happens, if something happens, that this board, our position isn't going to change, and we remain ready, willing, and able to do whatever we can to mediate, help negotiate a resolution of the property dispute between the two landowners. I think he generally agrees with the contours of the property dispute. Obviously thinks that there is, if not legally, maybe something less than that, a right to the property because of the fact that his family's maintained it for years. It's been used for years. And I told him that again, we stand ready, willing, and able to try to, if it comes to that, to try to convince CSX that is in fact the case, and to push as far as we can into the CSX claimed property to give as much parking space available for that parcel of land. So good conversation. He understands that the likelihood is that this board is going to go forward with reaching an agreement on an easement with CSX that allows the work to be done on Main Street, that allows the curbing to be done, and that we'll see what the next chapter is in terms of their dealings with CSX. The one thing I did suggest to him, and I said I would commit to it, and I couldn't imagine that the board would not, was that when we come up with final drawings for what the curbing will look like, that we will communicate that to him, so he'll know. So that, in other words, if the curbing that's going to go in is different than what he foresees it now, or that might be different that's on the current drawings, they'll have the opportunity to weigh in, and he was comfortable with that. So that's my spiel on the ongoing Main Street CSX saga. And if you have any questions or comments about that, fire away. Okay. So I think with that, Karen, I don't think we need to take a formal vote, but I think you have direction from the board to start negotiating the necessary easement with CSX. And again, I told CSX, I told Mr. Morrow, the Board of Selectmen isn't going to get in the middle of a private land dispute. We're not going to do any sort of blockage on that land. We will do on the public roadway the curbing that's requested by CSX. We'll run it by Mr. Morrow first, but that's the extent of the additional work we'll do for the easement. That make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Everybody else comfortable with that as well? Okay. All right, that puts CSX to bed. And Karen, you're going to try to put that together relatively quickly, right? So you can start getting bids out in April, maybe?
Yes, that's the plan right now. And we were just holding up on that, on sending anything over to them, to CSX, until we had a definite directive.
Okay. All right. Final thing is update on the shared streets grant. That's going to be you, not me.
Oh, okay. So that project is actually bidding on the 11th. So on the 16th, I'm coming. I should have a new grounds contract. We're going to have the complete streets list, and then hopefully this for award. It's a kind of quick turnaround, but the companies currently that are allowed to bid it have to be approved by DOT anyway. So, and most of them that have taken papers, I already know from. They seem fine. The one thing, I'll also be here on the 16th to get some additional money for that intersection, because that complete streets grant covers sidewalks, and it covers the kind of the gathering area, because that's what was allowed under that grant. So actually moving the road, and the physical road work is going to have to be under other money. So we have enough Chapter 90. I think that's what I'll put in for to use Chapter 90. We should be getting a new Chapter 90 coming in this year. I think we usually get it somewhere around now. I get a notification of what I'm getting for FY22, but that won't be for this. Does that explain what you needed to know?
I think so. So yeah, Sam.
Question, where are we on paving the parking area and all that?
As of now, the idea is that we would gravel and grade, but not pave that. That wasn't kind of ever officially decided, but that was where I thought we were going with it.
Yeah, Karen, I thought I was pretty clear with St. Mark's that if that parking area is going to be paved, it's going to be at the specific request and the specific payment of St. Mark's.
Good. Just wanted to
Yes.
confirm that's still where we are on that.
Yeah.
Yes, and so I did put together like a draft easement for us to be able to use their land, and then a draft license. And so that's based on an easement we have with Bay School for drainage, and then the license we already have with St. Mark's for some of that land, so that St. Mark's can use a piece of our land. And if you actually look at the map, I don't know if it got sent around to everybody, but St. Mark's is basically, St. Mark's almost owns all the land of the project, and even where their parking lot, almost all of it is still in their own land. We're actually using more of theirs than they're using of us. So it works out. I think it's a little bit more than double of what we're taking as an easement, and they're to what we're giving them use of as a license, if that matters to anybody.
So I think
I don't know when that actually needs to be decided.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Karen. So I think the ask is essentially, do we want town council to start working on putting these documents in appropriate form, before we start sharing them, and then obviously providing them to St. Mark's for consideration after the board's had a chance to review them?
Yeah, I think the answer is yes. Karen, I know you sent them to me. I haven't looked at them yet. I'll take a quick look at them, but I think Mark's suggestion to get them over to town council makes the most sense before we distribute them. And I'm happy to send them. Mark, there's no reason not to send them to everybody. But let's not for comment. Let's get them out to town council, get his view from a legal standpoint, and then if there are changes we want to make after he weighs in from a legal standpoint, we can do it maybe as early as the 16th.
Okay.
All that makes sense?
That's the 16th at midnight.
Yeah. No, it's funny. I thought this was going to be a shorter meeting. You know, the short ones end up being longer, the long ones end up being shorter. So maybe the 16th will be a breeze.
17th after midnight.
Can I ask one question about back to the downtown, if that's okay?
Yeah.
So there's one thing with the downtown is crossing railroad tracks, to actually have accessible crossing, and the CSX requires it to have the like the foot with the paddle that goes down doesn't let you cross, right, and it goes back up. So right now we don't have anything for that. It's expensive. I want to say it's like a $300,000 thing to get put together, and CSX's engineer Bergman has to do the design. We have an Mark, you're gonna have to help me because I can't remember what it's called, but there's the bond bill. Is that right?
Yes,
the
capital bond bill.
And I didn't know if we might be able, if the town might want to move forward with trying to see if we can use that to get that work done. Then we could get it done as part of this project. To do it afterwards would be very difficult. And also, basically, since Bergman has to do the design, it would be good to just get it all incorporated together if we could. I don't know if that would get approved or not, but it's easier, I think, to take it out than to not have it in there. And that gave me no time at all to kind of think about this ahead of time.
So that's a warning system or a system that the railroad requires, but they then require us to pay for it?
Yes, if we want to cross it with pedestrian traffic, yes.
So we didn't know about this. This is a surprise.
It's not a surprise. The cost was a surprise. And when we originally were looking at downtown, we because we didn't necessarily have the money and we didn't know about all the easement problems and all that, which we've been trying to deal with, where we'd get that money from, because we didn't have 300,000 sitting anywhere for the downtown, that it seemed like we could really they're going to fix the tracks, right? So it would be that you'd have to step down. It wouldn't be an ADA accessible crossing. It really wouldn't even be a person. It would be something that you'd cross like you do now at your own risk. It seems a little excessive to have the gate come down for something that comes through, I think, twice a week.
But that doesn't exist now.
We don't really have there's no sidewalks across the tracks right now. Sort of ends. You kind of walk on the road to get across them.
Well, that's a bit of a curveball.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it's not a problem not to put it in. It doesn't change what we currently have to leave it. Right? They're still going to do this. They're still going to do the tracks. They're still going to give us the pipes underneath, the easement. All that will still happen the same way. And our original intent was that sidewalk ends in basically a ramp, right, to cross over to the other side and go back to the west. And you really wouldn't go east over the tracks. With the sidewalk starting on the other side of the tracks, you'd start your sidewalk back up. That has really been what the plan was. If you look at what the plans are, that there's potential that we could change that with an actual crossing.
That wouldn't be ADA compliant.
What? Sorry.
That wouldn't be ADA compliant then if we did it that way, right?
Well, it would be, because you'd be able to you would be able to access. You could cross
Can't hear you, Karen. Karen, can't hear you. Karen, we just didn't hear what you said. Can't hear.
I think she's going to make signs.
I'm sorry. Yeah, my
Isn't she the engineer?
sorry.
I think Brian's going to change his profession if this keeps up.
Where's the technology committee when we need them? Fiber.
I don't know if did that help?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. It's more battery problem than internet. Sorry.
So let me maybe cut to the quick here. Do we have to do this, or it's something we could do?
It's something we could do. It's not something we have to do.
Okay, and then back to Sam's question, if we don't do it, are we still able to have the one side of the street sidewalk be ADA compliant?
So we're ADA compliant on each section of the street, not to cross the tracks. And there's really no there's no real pedestrian access to cross the tracks either way, right? Okay. So like there's no sidewalk that crosses. So even for a fully ambulatory person, that they would not be able to cross. I mean, technically they can cross like they cross now, but it's not technically a sidewalk.
But wheelchair would not be able to go across, basically.
Correct. Or, someone in a walker, or, anything that might get stumped up, right?
We've got at least one person that I'm aware of who goes from Colonial Gardens down there into the downtown area. So,
yes, but so they can cross the way they currently cross. That would still be accessible to them, which is on the road.
Yeah, I don't know.
And that
but it sounds like, Karen, what you're saying, because of railroad tracks being what they are, is there no way to make a sidewalk ADA compliant over a railroad track?
So there is, but we can't put a sidewalk across the tracks without doing all the safety that CSX requires, which is the bar and everything.
Got it. Okay.
Wow.
So like I said, the plan has been that we're going to kind of leave it the way it is, right? So that you basically, when you cross onto CSX's property, you're on their property, you walk across the track, and then you come back and there's a wheelchair ramp at a crosswalk that you can get back up on. Like over on the insurance side. So that's if you're heading that direction. So that's not any different than what we have right now. And that's been sort of where we were going with it originally, because again, it's the amount of money for one time a week when the thing actually would shut, or twice a week. I don't know if it's once or twice that train runs through. But that is the reason that the plan has always been to really not worry about it, but where we do have that bond bill, it might be worth trying to use that at this point.
Any thoughts?
Sorry.
Seems to be like sort of a halfway solution, frankly. I don't know. Well, we're in there working. We ought to do it right if we can.
Well,
I think we should definitely explore whether there's a funding source for doing, but $300,000 just doesn't drop from trees. So,
yeah. With our luck, the arm that comes down will probably hit somebody and we'll get sued. But you got to do it, I guess.
Mark, does exploring that grant option make sense?
I had a preliminary conversation with Carolyn Dykema about this, and she feels it's probably not going to rise to the level of the governor willing to release the funds, and that conversations probably should go back to MassDOT to have those conversations before we try to move it forward. So I'm not sure the capital bond bill is going to work for this one necessarily.
Okay, Karen, do you need a, you don't, well, even if you needed, I don't think we're going to decide this tonight.
Yeah.
I guess,
Well,
why don't we,
sorry. If that money doesn't work, we'll see what we have in other funds, whether we have some Chapter 90 or something that we can go forward with. If people are more interested in having something there than not.
I think the answer to that is yes. And,
Okay, all right.
we want to aggressively as possible explore funding options for getting that done. But I mean, it's not even a hypothetical. We know there is someone, at least one someone, who would benefit from that work being done so that it is as ADA accessible as it possibly can be. So we should explore every option.
Okay, great. That's good. Just as long as I have the direction, we can probably come up with some sort of solution.
Okay. Anything else on that before we let Karen go? Karen, I think you're okay to leave.
Okay, thanks, guys. Have
All
a
right,
good
good to see you.
night. What's left of it.
I know. Well, we are on our final public comment, and Mr. Litt's hand is up. That does not surprise me.
Well, frankly, it surprises me, Marty.
Well, we were talking about ADA stuff, so.
Well, there's that. I guess I'll add a third item to my list and point out that it's not just wheelchairs. It's if you have a shopping cart or rolling luggage or, any number of things. It's, we're all handicapped. But I actually had just two things that I wanted to mention. The first is I started to hear rumblings this evening about, well, maybe another fall town meeting. And based on our history the last time, I'm not pinning hopes on it. And I'm frankly inclined to say, fooled me once, shame on me, or shame on you. Fooled me twice, shame on me. The idea of pushing things out to a fall town meeting, I don't think the odds are going to be any better than they were last year in terms of certainty about being able to meet, weather, holidays, all those things that caused you to say, gee, you just couldn't do it. So I think we ought to plan on getting our business done and not putting things off in our annual town meeting. The other comment I wanted to make goes back to the question of the ability to fill the tech manager role and what does that mean in terms of additional staff? I think if you're trying to hire somebody, you want to have a candidate who can succeed in the role. And if you ask someone to be a one-armed paper hanger again, if you don't have, the ability for someone to take a vacation or to have the staff that they need to support them in getting the work done, I know I wouldn't take the job, and I suspect your most qualified candidates are smart enough, not to take the job. So I encourage you, to look at it seriously as a whole, not just as I'm going to replace the existing position and put the new person in the same situation as the old one was. That's it for me. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Good stuff. I don't see any other hands. Oh, no, I do. Mr. Miller.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment at, this bomb that was just dropped, that in the effort to knit together the downtown, CSX is going to extract north of $300,000. It is pretty shocking. And it once again suggests that the stranglehold that CSX manages to exert. This is part of my larger concern. I addressed the board in their last meeting with regard to the downtown initiative, and the mapping. I didn't get an answer that was clear or coherent, and I didn't get one from the planning board either at their February 22nd meeting. Although to the everlasting credit of the planning board, they listened to what I had to say, and Mr. Morris polled the entire board at the conclusion of my remarks, and they were unanimous in their agreement that there's something strange about this map and that it requires review. The working group that's now apparently scheduled to get together tomorrow has more on their plate than ironing out minor details of nomenclature. This is an effort to enable by right zoning over a map that simply does not make clear and coherent sense. This meeting having exceeded the running time of Lawrence of Arabia, I'm not going to go into the details of the parcels involved, the ownership, and why there's really no coherent reason to run an effort to improve downtown, Main Street, the corner of Main and Newton and Main and Boston Road, an effort which I think any reasonable person in town can support. It's inconceivable why, again, this map extends a full quarter of a mile away from Main Street into landlocked parcels, cuts through backyards, includes part of currently commercial properties, also includes a 1 acre parcel owned by none other than CSX. In fact, that is the only parcel in the southwest quadrant of the zone that's included in its entirety. And I still await, and this is what I asked the board to consider prior to their next meeting, a clear and coherent explanation of why this map looks as it does. Otherwise, my opposition to the initiative is implacable at this point, because I can't get an explanation of why you're including or proposing to include what you're proposing to include. And I thank you for your attention.
All right, I'm not sure what the rules are in public comment. I mean, the answer, but I'll break them. The answer to Mr. Miller and the points you raised are good ones. The map has existed for decades. I mean, it's not something that the Board of Selectmen created. It's not something that the EDC created. It's not something that the Planning Board created. The town meeting created it years and years and years ago. That map, you've been living under that map for decades. And the downtown initiative, among other things, and it's the reason we have public comment here and as part of the consideration of the initiative itself, is to get weigh-in on that. Again, the maps existed for decades and no one has ever said a word about it. As far as I know, now we have people talking about it. So that's a good thing.
Well, the reason people are talking about it now is because you're proposing to enact by right zoning that's going to allow a developer, for instance, an enterprising developer, to come in and cobble together, if they're able to, a fairly large parcel out of fragments of people's backyards, the CSX land.
Actually, here's Mr. Miller. It doesn't do that, but it is. Again, my response was to your question: where did this map come from? That it was a simple explanation. Well, the map's been around for decades.
The EDC had the opportunity, and this is mentioned on page 10 of the initiative packet that was distributed to abutters, that they had several options in terms of technical zoning. One was to create a new overlay district, which would have been more complicated because it would have required possibly additional warrant articles regarding map changes. That was an option. It was foregone. And that was a terrible mistake, because you cannot come in and propose all kinds of zoning changes that would allow people to build, co-working spaces and microbreweries and all kinds of other things on parcels that, when this map was drawn, could not have been anticipated. But now that they are being anticipated, it involves an obligation to reconsider the map. And that hasn't been done. And this is one of the reasons, and now we can add to it the failure to consider the crossing requirements as a reason for voters when town meeting does arrive, whether it's May or June, to vote this proposal down, unfortunately.
Okay.
Marty, I know we don't jump in. Can I just briefly say one thing to Mr.
Sure.
Miller? I know we've already broke the rules. So, Mr. Miller, we understand that the question has come up and there's concern and there's discussion that's going to take place on this. Unfortunately, that's what the public hearings are for. It gives you the opportunity to talk about what's in front of you. You have clearly, you yourself and others have said that, that the map is a concern. That's something that is going to be looked at, and there will be an answer one way or the other. Unfortunately, there's a long list of items and, we're trying to work through them, we've only had really one forum and one public hearing. So know that you are heard, and I think Marty has said that, the map has been around for a long time, but it's something that is going to be worked on and it will be looked at, and you'll certainly have an opportunity to, again, voice these opinions, and that will be taken into account, as the map and the document itself moves further.
Well, I appreciate that, and thank you.
All right. I don't see any other hands raised. Going once, going twice.
Motion to adjourn?
There we
Second.
go.
Second.
Discussion none. Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Shea.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Healy is aye. Thanks everyone for hanging in.
Good night, everybody.
Good week. All right. Bye-bye.